the meeting to order. City of Laredo regular council meeting. Council chambers, 1110 Houston Street, Laredo, Texas, October the 6th, 2025, 5:30, 6 p.m. All stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll proceed with the Texas Pledge of Allegiance. Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee. Texas, one state, God. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Secretary, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Honorable Mayor Dr. Victor D. Trevino.
Present.
Honorable Council Member District 1 Gilbert Gonzalez. Honorable Council Member District 2 Ricardo Rangel Jr.
Present.
Honorable Council Member District 3 Melissa Cigarroa.
Present through Zoom.
Honorable Council Member District 4 Ricardo Rick Garza.
I'm here.
Honorable Council Member District 5 Ruben Gutierrez Jr.
Present.
Honorable Council Member District 6 Dr. Tyler King.
Here.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, Council Member District 7, Vanessa Perez. Honorable Council Member District 8, Alisa Cigarroa. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
Mayor, motion for the approval of the minutes of September 15th, 2025.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. I would like to proceed with recognitions before we go on to citizen comments. Number one, recognition of Laredo Tourism Friendly Texas Certified Community by Travel Texas, a division of the Office of the Governor. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We have participated with this, with Travel Texas, the Office of the Governor for Economic Development and Tourism, in their program to be certified as a tourism-friendly community. And we have today Zamora from the Office of the Governor here to present the certification to Visit Laredo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe you want to introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Spencer Zamora. I'm the research specialist with Travel Texas, which is a division of the Office of the Governor with the Economic and Development Tourism Department. I'd like to first off thank the Laredo Convention and Visitors Bureau, specifically Eileen Ramos, for coordinating this presentation and being such a value partner with Travel Texas over the years. I'd also like to thank the community members that are in attendance and acknowledging that y'all's support does not go unnoticed amongst the many, over 100 communities that we work with. It's so evident within your community on how much y'all support the endeavors of the tourism department. So Travel Texas, in a nutshell, we are a program in the Economic Development and Tourism Division of the Governor's Office. We're the only state agency that is responsible for out-of-state tourism promotion domestically and as well as internationally. We are the only ones that do the promotion and encourage in-state travel as well. The community partnership that we have with our local partners is really what is the core to creating Texas as a premier tourism destination. And so this program that the CVB participated in is called the Texas Certified Tourism Community Program. And that program was launched in 2024, and it was a program that was created to encourage communities to pursue tourism as an economic development strategy. One of the main points of it is to strengthen the relationships of the existing community partner, or as well as helping to establish new ones. So obviously with Laredo, it's just to strengthen that partnership. It was also put in place for the program to help educate local leaders on the importance of tourism as a tool for economic development and more so job creation, because what's more impactful to community than job creation? And so it also encourages participation in a lot of the state government programs that we have available for tourism development, including cooperative marketing adventures that we have overseas, over the U.S., and advertising opportunities that is shown nationally throughout the U.S. and internationally. So Visit Laredo, we started talking with them earlier this year in their pursuit of the tourism-friendly certification, because they really wanted to reinforce and express to us that they wanted to reinforce and celebrate the distinct culture of Laredo and the border communities in Texas. They really harped on the Sister Cities event as a major event that we learned that attracts visitation from all over the state, as well as the Jalapeno Festival, the Washington birthday celebration, which I learned is one of the longest running George Washington celebrations in the U.S. I have to come back for that. We also learned about how popular the birding is over at the Zacate Creek. It is also really great to hear about the collaboration of the CVB with the Laredo Chamber of Commerce, Parks and Recreation, the Main Street Program, Economic Development, working with the cultural districts on cultural events, art exhibition, and heritage tourism projects. Some of the key points of interest that we particularly like to learn about was the San Agustin Plaza, the Republic of the Rio Grande Museum, Villa Antigua Border Heritage Museum, and a huge array of shopping, including the Mall del Norte. I also really wanted to drive by and see the La Posada Hotel, one of the historic establishments, and of course the famous Palenque Grill. And so, but really, how does this boil down to affecting our community? Well, $750 million were spent in the Laredo area in 2024, and that generated $21 million in local taxes to the community, which then generated saving 80,000 Laredo households, an average of $814 that those households did not have to spend towards their taxes. So it's a pretty good chunk. That's a lot of tacos. So I would like to go ahead and really congratulate the Laredo CVB and Eileen on their accomplishment in completing the certification steps. We're really excited to continue this partnership and collaboration that this program has evolved, and to serve an example for other communities across the state.
Thank you.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good job. Good job. Good job.
One more thing I just want to mention, we have a recent DSC Savings and celebration that will be included in the lifestyle.
One more. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Yes.
If I may, I just to recognize Councilman Gonzalez from District 1.
No, yeah.
All right.
We'll proceed with the City of Laredo Mayor, Dr. Victor Trevino, and Council proudly recognize Harmony School of Innovation, 10U Division basketball team for baseball, sir. Baseball team, wrong sport, right? For being division champions and for being the first team ever to be created at an elementary level. They competed against travel teams and won first place, earning the rings. Congratulations.
Or the
Really?
She's the principal.
Go ahead.
On behalf of our HSI family, I do want to thank you for this incredible recognition, Mayor. We're so proud of our first ever elementary baseball team to bring home the championship in our Division 10U. They fought a really, really strong battle and they won. We're very proud of our amazing players. Your hard work, teamwork, and sportsmanship made this victory possible. And more than anything, to our parents, thank you for your support, right to the practices, and the endless cheering that we all enjoyed at that last game. And a special thank you to our coach Aranda for volunteering her time, guiding our players with patience, and showing what true dedication looks like. This championship isn't just a win on the field, it's a milestone for our school and our community. Thank you, Mayor, for this recognition and honoring our team.
open it up, the picture, okay? Perfect. Coach, you want to stand on this side? Yes. Okay, right here with me. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Julia, put it down a little bit. Don't cover your face. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. Here.
Parents, if you want to take pictures from up here, go ahead.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. One more picture right here, please. And show your rings. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right, ready for the next recognition. City of Laredo Mayor Dr. Victor Trevino and the City Council proudly recognizes Little Sluggers team consisting of 2- and 3-year-olds who have begun their baseball careers. Congratulations.
No, Mayor, let's go back there. Una vez.
Vamos para allá.
Yeah. Coordinators, come back there.
Yes. We're gonna go back here.
Mayor, may I say something real quick? So as we can see right now, that's our future for our future sports complex that we're creating. Seeing 2 and 3 years old playing, so that's awesome. We're just me and Councilman Gonzalez are seeing. So this is going to be our future on our baseball fields that we have. So that's awesome.
I think that you should just hold this one. Pull that one that says the teammate. And I'll give it a Un chaparrito. Hey, Sluggers! I want you all to take a minute here. We're gonna have a picture. Yay!
Right over here.
Iván, la medalla. Enséñala.
A ver, over here with me. 1, 2, 3. Cheese.
Right here, Councilman First Mayor, right here, please. 1, 2, 3. Iván. 1, 2, 3. Claro para ellos. Take them outside. Thank you.
Congratulations. Felicidades. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Number 4. Next recognition. City of Laredo Mayor Dr. Victor Trevino and the City Council proudly recognizes Sandra Alanis, former president of the Chamber of Commerce, for her exemplary leadership and lasting impact on the inspiring current and future generation of women leaders. Congratulations. Couple of words?
Absolutely. You know, I like to speak, but how can you follow up 2- and 3-year-olds? Seriously, that's kind of hard. I don't know how y'all do it. I want to thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, ma'am, and to the City Council, thank you so much for your partnership. We've had a great year, and we expect another great year to come. The proudest moment for me is being the 5th woman, as you all know, serving as chairwoman in the 105 years. And now I'd like to introduce the 6th, Rossi Chase. So here we come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let's get some pictures in the back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. I'm very happy. Thank you.
Haley. Haley.
Yes.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Good.
Are you sure? He doesn't want to come out in the picture, Hector. You're not getting dinner tonight.
Hector, huh? You had to really ask me also.
There you go. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
One more. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. One more.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you so much.
We're going to move up.
Ah, eso es de ella, ¿no?
Oh, thank you.
Mayor, if I may?
Go ahead.
One more recognition, Mayor, if a motion to bring up item number 76.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passed.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So recognizing the Raymond and Tirsa Martin High School administration and principal, Mr. Mario Mireles, for being the only school in Laredo Independent School District and the city of Laredo to earn a A rating from the Texas Education Agency for the 4th consecutive year. In addition, we commend their 2025 distinction in academic achievement in reading, language, arts, mathematics, and science. These accomplishments reflect the dedication, vision, and leadership of Principal Mireles, as well as the tireless hard work of the entire Tigerland team. Martin High School's achievements serve as a powerful reminder that through perseverance, pride, and ánimo, we can continue to shape a brighter future for Laredo's students and generations to come.
Which one, this one? Okay. Thank you, first time here. So I just want to take this moment to thank Ms. Cigarroa, Ms. Councilmember, Ms. Cigarroa, and the rest of City Council, the mayor, and on behalf of our Board of Trustees, our interim superintendent, Mr. Pro, and the rest of Tigerland, we thank you very much for this recognition. My administration can attest that we have some of the hardest working teachers and some of the hardest working students that want to make Martin High School shine. So thank you very much again for this recognition. It's an honor, and once a Tiger, always a Tiger.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Congratulations, great job, all of you, really. Congratulations, great job. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations, great job.
City of Laredo Mayor and City Council recognizes Mr. Mario Mireles, Principal, Raymond and Tirsa Martin High School, for his vision, leadership, and dedication in guiding Martin High School to earn an A rating from the Texas Education Agency for 4 consecutive years. These accomplishments reflect his commitment to excellence and the belief that through perseverance, pride, and animo, you can inspire future generations of Laredo students to achieve greatness. Congratulations.
One more if you would like to.
And the City of Laredo Mayor and City Council recognize Raymond and Tirsa Martin High School for earning an A rating from the Texas Education Agency for 4 consecutive years. We further commend their 2025 distinctions in academic achievements in reading, language arts, mathematics, and science. These accomplishments stand as a testament for the unwavering dedication, pride, and spirit of the Tigerland team, whose excellence paves the way for continued success in our community. Congratulations.
You want it?
May I have your blessing?
Rudy, you want to come to this?
Yeah, I need you right here in front. Yes. And you can move backwards.
Move back, please.
Step back. Yes. There we go. There we go.
Right here with Isabel.
There we go. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Let me get one right here. Forever green and golden 3. 1, 2, 3.
Rather say cheese.
Oh, you riled them up, Andy. Thank you.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
One more. This is the one that counts. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you so much for being here.
Congrats.
I'll bring that one. All right, Mr. Secretary, before we go into citizen comments, I'd like to bring up my items. We'll do citizen comments first. You only have 3.
Motion to bring up citizens' comments.
Motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. We have Sabrina Lopez.
Can we use this?
Yes, of course.
We're speaking together.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can she go first?
Absolutely. Just your name for the record, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Honorable Council, Mayor. My name is Karen Gaitan, and I am here to invite you today to a very exciting series of events that promote health, sustainability, and economic resilience in our city. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Laredo Center for Urban Agriculture and Sustainability, an effort that has been supported and funded by the City of Laredo to promote health in our beloved border town. This year I'm the event coordinator for Food Town, which is a series of events, a year-round platform that celebrates border heritage through our culinary culture. One second. I have like this speech in my head and I'm like, what else am I supposed to say? Well, no, we're really excited. We're gonna be inviting on October 16th, renowned landscape architect Mitch Wright, who has worked with different municipalities across Texas to implement food forests. What's a food forest? They're like edible landscapes that put a lot of trees where you can plant tomatoes, onions, and all sorts of produce. And we want to bring them to our city. As you know, it's a very hot city. Our heat index is super high, and food forests are one of the innovative ways that sustainable leaders across the world are addressing not only climate issues, but hunger issues, and trying to make a lot of economic prosperity and resilience. So all of the council is super invited. We would love for all of you to be there, and in particular, your advocacy in getting city departments to attend. So the Parks Department, the Planning Department, as a citizen very concerned with the health of our city, it's important that we have staff presence at these meetings and important stakeholders who can make decisions that promote sustainable and healthy initiatives. So please support us. This is important. You know, we want a healthier Laredo. We have super high diabetes rates, heart disease rates, and these are one of the solutions that we can collectively support to address this. So please come.
Thank you, Ms. Garza.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm Sabrina Lopez for the record. I'm also here to promote Food Town, and the event that I'll be talking about is our citywide workshop on food culture, on the food culture of Laredo, and that's happening on Thursday, October 23rd at the newly renovated DoubleTree. That's on 800 Garden Street, and it's the first time in Laredo's history that we're having a citywide conversation about our food culture and our heritage and identity. And so if you're a foodie or a food lover, you have to be a part of this conversation. It's a part of our story. And so the last thing that I really want to say is you hear all the time the debate between San Antonio and Austin, if whose tacos are better, San Antonio or Austin. And as we all know here, Laredo is missing from that narrative. And so I think we would win that. So come to this event, October 23rd, because there we could talk about our food culture. And yeah, I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I add one
Yes,
last
go
thing?
ahead.
Yeah, and just this effort is not only through the Center of Urban Agriculture, but the Public Health Department, the food banks, the school districts, the university. So this is really a big coalition of people committed and prioritizing our health as a city and our pride in our food. So please come.
This is also a part of the adopted Healthy Food System Plan, which was adopted in 2023. Yeah, so this is part of that.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. All right. Next citizen comment is Major Gabriel Elias. You present?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
We are new officers of the Salvation Army right here in Laredo. For the first time we come to live in Laredo. It's a beautiful city, but it's too hot. Hot weather over here. And we're going to do an open house in 408 Matamoros Street. And we invited not only the city council, but the people in our community to come and see how the Salvation Army new projects for the next times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Before we go into my items, I would like to go into communications. Oh, there's one more? No, it's at item 26. Communications. Introduction of Solid Waste and Environmental Services Director, Bishop Wagner.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm pleased to introduce Bishop Wagner. Bishop, you can come up and listen to what we threw together for you as well too. The City of Laredo is proud to welcome Bishop Wagner as its new Environmental and Solid Waste Service Director effective September 15, 2025. Mr. Wagner brings extensive experience in environmental science, solid waste management, and sustainability leadership. Most recently, he served as the Solid Waste Director for Rutherford County, Tennessee, where he successfully directed the county's first solid waste transfer station, a $20 million bonded project completed ahead of schedule and under budget. In this role, he oversaw countywide solid waste and recycling services, managed an $8 million annual budget, and developed comprehensive long-term waste management strategies for a population of over 375,000 residents. Previously, Mr. Wagner worked as an environmental scientist with the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, where he provided technical expertise in regulatory compliance, contract administration, and environmental policy development. He also has an experience in environmental consulting, teaching, and surveying, giving him a broad perspective on environmental systems and in community sustainability. Mr. Wagner holds a Master of Science in Professional Science, Geoscience, and a Bachelor of Science in Geology, both from Middle Tennessee State University. He is an active member of the American Institute of Professional Geologists, the Tennessee Solid Waste Directors Association, and a prior member of the Central Region Solid Waste Planning Board. In his role with the City of Laredo, Mr. Wagner's goals include expanding recycling and diversion programs, implementing innovative waste reduction strategies, ensuring the financial stability or sustainability of operations, and enhancing community engagement in environmental initiatives. His leadership will help guide Laredo toward a more resilient, efficient, and environmentally conscious future. Outside of work, if there is any time, Bishop enjoys spending time with his family and his 3 dogs, listening to music and community volunteering. These interests reflect his commitment to both the environment and the community he serves. Mayor Trevino, City Council, I want to introduce you to Mr. Bishop Wagner.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. It's a pleasure to be here in Laredo.
Thank you for being here. Yes, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
Sorry, I didn't know if you were going to speak, but just as a fellow Tennessean, welcome to the best state in the country. We're coming from the second best state in the country.
I can absolutely agree with that. I've been here almost a month, and I am all Laredo all the way. So I've been welcomed by each and every member of society and all of the staff here within city government with open arms, and I'm truly blessed to have been given this opportunity to serve in this way. So I look forward to meeting each and every one of you and going and visiting your districts with you and seeing some of the items that you'd like me to work on, and I want you to know that I'm here and available to you whenever you need me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. We'll proceed with communications. Presentation by Mayor Dr. Victor Trevino providing general comments on any city matters, upcoming initiatives, and other relevant updates for the council and the public. And some of the updates include federal government shutdown. I had a joint press conference and roundtable discussion with Congressman Cuellar on how the federal government shutdown is impacting our community. And several stakeholders from Laredo and his congressional district were present. When it comes to Laredo, I announced that our funding for programs such as WIC and SNAP will be impacted if the shutdown continues beyond this month. So if the shutdown continues for 10 more days, then I will be calling for a special meeting at City Council to start planning a course of action on around 70 employees involved within this service and the reality of the city possibly funding some of these programs if the government is closed beyond this month. The second point, drone activity on the border. We have received reports of increased drone activities along the border. So in line with this, we were informed that there will be military exercises as a show of force. Next point is Harvard Bloomberg Leadership Program. On the lighter side now, I want to report that Laredo, as an extension of the mayoral leadership program, will be coordinating with the Harvard Bloomberg program for a 2-year leadership program. The City Hall Fellows program will be for a period of 2 years to help the mayor's office advance progress on key priority. An important part of the whole city section process is the scooping and right-siding of this city challenge. For now, the request to identify a problem that would benefit from the application of new perspectives and approaches. It will be in the line where we have our current resources devoted to addressing the challenge and the desired outcomes that should be aspiration, but not realistic. Now, these programs are free of charge and have been coordinated through the mayor's office to certify and provide incredible continuing leadership opportunities to several of our senior leaderships, and free of charge. We will continue to keep the council informed as to the formation of this new program collaboration with Harvard Bloomberg as it becomes available. Now we'll proceed with
That's the public hearings, Mayor?
public hearings.
Okay. Mayor, motion to open up public hearings, introductory ordinances, number 7, 8, 9, 10, and to continue with the supplemental agenda as well, introductory ordinance number 1.
Motion second. I forgot to put my items here. Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Number 7, public hearing introductory ordinance and ordinance authorizing city manager to amend the City of Laredo Municipal Housing Fund fiscal year 2025-2026 annual budget by increasing revenues and expenditures in the amount of $62,100, establishing the rental rates and tenant policy for the Lafayette Tiny Homes Rental Housing Project located at 3602 Eagle Pass, and amending the full-time equivalent position listing by adding 1 administrative assistant, grade 205, and 1 building maintenance mechanic, grade 204. The rental units must serve individuals who are low income, experiencing homelessness, or at risk of becoming homeless, and must offer affordable rents in accordance with the Home ALP and Home Program regulations.
That one. There, that one's ordinance on that one.
For or against? For or against? For or against?
Motion to close and introduce?
Mayor, second for discussion. Is this
Second.
7?
Yes, that's 7.
I do have a question on 7.
Go ahead.
So, item 7's title is Lafayette Tiny Homes Rental Housing Project. But when we first started this, it was supposed to be a tiny homes for homeless veterans. That's what the program was. That's what the directive from council was. And what I'm reading about this project is that it's been changed to now include a broader scope of people. And I just don't know when we changed the scope.
Good evening, Tina Martinez, Community Development Director. So they did change because the original program and the original donation that was being considered it fell through. So what was being presented as a homeless veterans project, which was going to have collaboration with some community members and which had some donations of homes, didn't come through. And we did bring it to council. We did advise that those donations no longer happen. So, but we had this great idea, so we still wanted, we had identified a great part of land, we had identified a great need, but then we had to now find funding to actually build the homes. So we got together with the engineering department, we designed these homes in-house, and they were built on site, and we secured funding. But now the funding that we secured have components that are, there is a component of homelessness or at risk of homeless. There can be a preference given to veterans homeless, and we will be, but they're not all strictly going to be for homeless veterans.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I know because I've been there from the beginning of this project, and I remember the whole thing. It started at the Veterans Commission, and there were some series of unfortunate events. However, the vision from council was always to service homeless veterans.
Yes.
We never talked about changing that vision or that scope. It's unfortunate that the funding source wasn't specific to that. I don't remember when we talked about finding funding that was not specific to that. So my concern is that we've pushed for this project for a couple years now, that all started at the Veterans Commission, that's now not focused on helping veterans.
So the way that it was wanted to be presented, the funding wouldn't be able to just be give preference just to veterans, because affordable housing and HUD funds do require us to be to have parameters and to have a selective mechanism to allow all low income, all homeless population. There are criteria that we will have to follow to ensure that these funds can be used for.
But I don't remember having that discussion here, that because we're seeking a separate funding source, we now have to reevaluate the program. We were, in my understanding, is the program was always moving forward to service homeless veterans. I don't remember having the conversation that the funding didn't accommodate that vision and to ask us to modify the vision.
So the funding gets approved on whenever, so home and home ARP funds were approved by council, and these funds were put aside for affordable housing. So since we had an affordable housing project, we were able to match the funding with the project. But the funds are always brought to council with projects assigned to them. So on a yearly basis, we do bring you we get about $1 million of home funds that do down payment assistance and some other affordable housing projects. So those caps are already selected and approved by council. So we just match the funding to the project.
I understand that, but it still changes the scope of the project. And the title of the project we mentioned, when we talked about it, when we passed it, it was Tiny Homes for Veterans. That was the name of the project, and now it has a different name.
So that was the name tied to the donation of the homes. When that donation didn't come through, we did bring it back to council, and we advised everyone council that that donation was no longer going to happen. So at that time, it no longer was that project. Now, the name right now is just how we've identified it. Again, projects have changed their names, but right now that's how we've identified it, that's how we bid out the project, and that's just the name that it's kind of gotten right now.
Well, I understand that, and I mean, I think it's a good project, but I just think that if our focus was for veterans, that should continue to be the focus. I mean, I don't remember when it changed from that. I know you're tying it to the donation of the homes, but we also agreed to fund it because the donation of the living quarters was not going to be up to the standard to be suitable, right? So we were going to have to modify them anyways. So this was a little bit kind of making better residences, and that's why I think council supported it, but it was still always, what I understand, discussed as being for veterans.
And we're hoping that we still have a monthly meeting with our veterans we call it Veterans by Name list. So we still keep track of the homeless veterans in our community, and we are going to see ways that we can still use those referrals for this project. There is still that component here, and that which was very important. The homeless component of these funds will allow us to utilize some of these meetings that we have and some of these referrals that we've already established that can ensure us that we do realize that the homeless veteran population is in great need of these type of housing units, and I think there will be one of the population that will probably be best suited to move into these, because these are not going to be subsidized. They will have to be paying rent. So that mechanism would possibly work better for a homeless veteran once they have their checks and all their benefits in check, right? So we still really strongly believe that we are going to be assisting our homeless veteran population. We've continued monitoring it, and we have decreased it. So we have a good control with all our agency, all our partners, and we see that this is just an addition of affordable housing units that will add to this effort that has been able to reduce the number of homeless veterans in our community.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor. Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Tina, a quick question. I know this is for the, for people that are homeless or becoming homeless, and for the ones in the veterans. But how long is that list? Because are we gonna hold it in different types? Are we doing it for veterans only? You have a list for veterans, and then you have a homeless and the people that are becoming homeless? How does that work?
So we.
And how, and let me just add to that, how, in the categories, I'm sorry, yeah. In categories, are there different categories, or in how long is that list? Do they, mix together, or are you gonna categorize them?
So yes, the homeless list will be a mixture. The unsheltered list will be a mixture of veterans. It will have to be a 1 to a 2 family, because the size of the units are small. So these are not going to be family suitable for families, but like a 1 or 2 person household would be ideal for this project. We are looking at holding 2 sets of waiting lists, because the funding did allow us to hold some for homeless and some for just low income. So we are just going to have so we will have 2 waiting lists, one for the general public that is low income, and then for the at risk of homeless, at risk. There's like 3-4 categories set by this grant, and we will monitor those as on a first come first basis.
Do we have different, Mayor, if I can continue?
Yes, go ahead.
Do we have different, is different incomes for different people? That's what you're trying to say, right? There's different income for different people. But is the categories that we're talking about, the homeless and the one that are becoming homeless, which one, how do we decide, and that's something, question that I have, how do we decide who gets on the list first?
First come, first serve. And then by there, we will have some, so out of the 9 units, 4 will have to be set aside for homeless, that they will have to meet one of the categories. So first come, first serve, meets one of the categories, you come in. First come, first serve, category. And then we're gonna have another waiting list for the other units that are just gonna be low income. So those will be for those. So we're kind of gonna be running like 2 different programs in these units. It's not something unfamiliar to what we've done in the past.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I just kind of want to go back to the changing of the scope of the project. I think that if there was a change in the funding source, then the conversation should have been had with council to ask us at that point which direction we should move in, because the entire time that I've been part of this project, it always started with homeless veterans. Now we have to tell the veterans to get in line, because now they're competing with other people when this was supposed to be for them. That was the original concept. That was the directive. I know you understand, you're saying it was tied to the donation. However, my support for the project was not solely based on the donation, because when the donation changed, I continued to support the project, council continued to support the project, but somewhere along the line, the scope changed. And that is the thing that I'm having an issue with, is that now we're being told to approve a Lafayette tiny home rental housing project that was supposed to be a tiny homes for veteran transitional housing project to help them get out of homelessness and transition into so that these are 2 different projects. For me, this is 2 different projects.
It's still gonna be, it's just gonna be a smaller scope because of the unavailability of the funds that, or the mechanism that was promised to us at that moment.
Well, at what council meeting was it discussed with us that the scope and that the vision of this project was going to change?
I can get you all that information.
Yeah, I would like that, because I don't remember having that discussion.
So, Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Again, I will make a motion to table this item, just bring it back once they bring the approval of the minutes of that discussion of that meeting.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
Council to introduce ordinances 8, 9, 10, and on the supplemental agenda, number 1. No motion necessary.
All right, go ahead, and then I'll follow in my items.
Mayor, you're up. Your items.
All right. That'll be number 66 on the agenda. 66, discussion with possible action to accept Phase 1 completion on the Buena Vista Sports Complex in line with the City of Laredo referendum vote in 2014 and 2018, and any matter related thereto. Reasons this item was on the agenda is to accept the completion of Phase 1 on the Buena Vista Sports Complex. And for those that are not aware, this was passed by vote of public referendum in 2014, and then it was passed again in 2018, but this time to move it into city-owned property. So here we are 11 years later to accept completion of phase one. None of us were on council at this time when this was initially passed, and I do want to mention in my State of the City address at the beginning of this year, we're going to open this facility this year because this is an important thing for the residents of South Laredo, and because it's long overdue that the city makes a significant investment in the South, and because it is one of the things to propose an idea and it's something else to completely walk across the finish line. This will create jobs and economic opportunity for the residents of the area. We will also anticipate an enormous economic impact for the city of Laredo in terms of international tournaments and positive marketing across the United States and the world. Now, this facility is also expected to boost college exposure for local students. So at this time, I would like to specifically thank District 1 Council Member Gilbert Gonzalez and District 2 Council Member Ricardo Rangel for all their hard work in making sure that we're not doing empty promises to the public. So with that being said, my first of the three motions, I'd like to read them. First motion, I would like to make the motion, the acceptance of phase one completion of the Buena Vista Sports Complex. Second motion, I would like to make the motion to accept the items that were taken out of phase one on the previous meeting, which were the family area, multi-purpose field, the concessions, and the additional parking. And third motion, I would like to make the motion to proceed with phase two design plans.
Mayor, point of order. Zone, can I second all three at once, or does it have to be one at a time?
For the sake of these motions, I believe you can go ahead and second. Just for the record, though, in the minutes, we would want to vote individually, yes.
Mayor, I'll second all three.
All right. Second?
Mayor, for discussion, please. Second for discussion.
Second for discussion.
Are we gonna have the presentation, Mayor? Is that?
Yes,
Or?
go ahead.
Mayor, before the presentation, if I may.
Go ahead.
I've got a question, gentlemen that are up here now. We're accepting the phase one completion of Buena Vista Complex. Is it completed?
We're very close, Council.
You're not completed yet?
I have a presentation.
Okay, but that's not completed yet, as of right now?
We're about 92%. It should be completed by the end of, in November.
Mayor, and I got the same question.
In City Council, yes, you're not accepting the completed project, you're accepting the terms of the completed project. There's a little bit of a difference there with what it is, because until we went through all the inspections and everything, the project is not complete according to the thing. So, but you are, we're essentially stating that we followed through with the conditions of what we were obligated to do.
Because we still have an enormous punch list from what I'm hearing.
We have
particular
rain
place.
day, and they'll talk about that in the report, but we have rain days, we have a lot of different stuff that has to be completed out, yes.
Correct. And second, Mayor, question, your second motion is I'd like to make a motion to accept the items that were taken out of phase one. I'm sorry, I'm kind of mixed with that. Accept them, how so?
This was the family area, multi-purpose field, the concessions, and the additional parking.
Gentlemen, could you explain that, please?
Yes, absolutely. I want to start with the master plan, if I may. Palomero Sanchez with Park Hill, JHS Architects. We have, the image we're showing now is the master plan that was presented. This was the final product after several months of work that we did with different departments to establish an architectural program and the needs of the future park at that time. And as you can see, there's a multitude of amenities, baseball fields, the soccer pods, parking, also some concession stands and walking trails and so forth. This is the overall master plan.
The next slide.
Okay. Phase one, which included, you can see on here, on this image, phase one, this was what was approved on June 5th, 2023, and included 10 synthetic turf fields for baseball and softball, one multi-purpose field, which actually is the size of 2 soccer fields, 2 football fields. A total of about 644 parking spaces, 2 concessions buildings and restrooms, and a food truck area. At the time, the project was approved for $45 million. That was all part of phase one, which is the current development of the project.
Mayor, if I may, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, what was the price when we go back to the master plan? What was the price of the whole plan?
I don't believe we priced several phases, but I don't remember what was.
Yeah, we actually, Councilor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Ed Quiroga, Project Administrator for JHS. When we first presented the master plan, which there was a lot of feedback, a lot of stakeholder meetings, we talked about the different components of having a holistic master plan for the sports complex. You know, like one mentioned, there was several baseball pods for younger kids that we saw today, which would be a great amenity for them. And then we also had different pods for soccer. The whole program was based on the idea sports tourism and the numbers needed for it. You know, when you ask the question, why 1 pod versus 2 or 3? Well, and JJ from Parks Leisure could probably talk more about this, but it's all based on numbers and time. If you host a tournament in a weekend, you want to give the participants at least 4 games in a 2-day tournament. So the more fields, the easier to get them in and out. So that original project, there was several components to it. We were looking at about $65 to $70 million when we first started designing back in 2021.
For the whole project?
For the whole project. There was one feature that you see up here, which is called the Indoor Sports Center. That's at the top of the project as you drive in. That portion of it, it's an indoor basketball, volleyball, gymnasium. That wasn't part of it, although the design team did put it in there just in case the city wants to do it in the future. You start bringing that sports tourism indoors. And that was really the master plan we presented to council on June 5th, 2023. Based on the available monies, it was a long series of discussions here with council. They allocated $45 million. That $45 million, like Mr. Sanchez mentioned, included 2 pods of baseball fields, concessionary areas, the parking areas, just 1 pod multi-purpose for soccer, kickball, t-ball, which is what you see on the right side of the project. This was this is the current development right now. The contractor's currently building. We do have members of Landecker Construction here in attendance as well. If there's any questions for them. I have the next. Here. The next slide is the items that the mayor mentioned, that these are the items, we've highlighted them in color. These are the items that are pending to complete what we had called the phase one. As you can see, the items that you can see highlighted versus the items that have a shadow on them, which is a phase two. This is the original phase one. There's still 5 components that are not part of the current development. One of them is a multi-purpose field, which is the item in purple. The second one is number 2 there, the playground. It's bigger than just a regular playground. It's a community playground, a regional playground. And number 3 is the concession building. Now, since we started the project, we know that the city will be managing the whole complex. That current concession stand will turn into a concession and a regional office for the whole campus and restrooms for people attending the soccer facilities. Item number 4 in the bottom, which in the aqua color, that is additional 528 additional parking spaces. Ideally, you want to get all the parking spaces that we had programmed for, because when you start looking at 50, 60, 80 teams, there is a need for immediate parking. And the last item is the one that JJ keeps asking at every Thursday meeting that we have progress meetings, which is the maintenance yard. Where's JJ? He's always asking about that. That's the area for his equipment, to house equipment, and any of the required bleachers and so forth for the project. So this is the phase 2. Do we have any questions for phase 2? Any other men?
Quick question.
Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. Guerrero, so right now, the multi-purpose field right there is already built, right?
Yes.
We've been up there.
One of
So
the
are you
pods.
saying that?
This one right here, yeah.
That pod, so there's no restrooms currently, so?
No.
Flag football, soccer, t-ball, all those people are gonna have to walk all the way to the complex. How long is the walk for the restrooms?
Well, it's a walk that I personally not in shape to do. It's pretty long. You know, you're talking, it's pretty far to get from one point. Just imagine the size of 5 baseball fields and you're walking past them to get there. The concessionary area that includes the restrooms, one of the components was going to be right next to the soccer fields. And, you know, just through the different discussions at our construction meetings, it was discussed with, you know, some of the city administrators about bringing in the offices there for the management team, right up at the front, close to the food truck area and close to all the fields, so there's amenities close to those soccer fields.
So Mayor, I'm thinking that's one of the reasons why your item is there, because there's currently no restrooms in the multi-purpose pod.
Yes. Yeah. So another key component that we're looking at, if the council does decide to go with the additional fields, is that there has been a lot of research to the city of Laredo on self-marking equipment, where the equipment just, all the lines and stuff, you can mark it and erase it and make different configurations for the multi-purpose fields. Like we mentioned earlier, from t-ball to flag football to soccer to kickball.
Thank you.
And then the last slide is, that's what you see as the phase 2 portion of the project. This phase 2 would complete the master plan that was originally proposed. That would include an additional pod of 5 synthetic turf fields, another soccer field, 2 soccer fields, 950 additional parking spaces, a concession building with restrooms, and a multi-use event venue. This is an amphitheater right by there's a pond out there that we're working, that's actually being held as a detention pond right now. And this would have a multi-use venue for concerts or any type of outdoor activity there. And there's also picnic, there's volleyball, basketball, and walking trails throughout the whole complex.
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
So this venue building, what is the size of that building, and would it accommodate like a classroom setting for teaching purposes?
We had some very preliminary renders of it. It's an amphitheater type of venue. It's all outdoors.
Okay.
If council directs to have an enclosed teaching facility there, it can definitely fit out there.
But right now it's an
Yeah.
outdoor, no?
Right now, just an open stage area with the covering for outdoor concerts and so forth.
Councilmember, I know Fire Station, Fire Station 16 is gonna go right there in the complex. And Chief Hurd designed the classroom for any purpose of kind of use that might go with the complex as well. And he has the design.
Well, our next slide will give you a progress report on where we are with the project, what our milestones are, our near completion dates. If there's any other questions after that slide, we also have members of Line Decker Construction, which is the construction manager at risk, managing the project. You can go on. Thank you.
So, Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
The million-dollar question that everybody's trying to ask and everybody's asking every time we go out and we're in public, and what's the time frame for phase 1? When is it? What's the deadline for phase 1? That's
Yes.
what everybody.
And the next slide, we're showing, obviously, the original contract amount, which was $49 million. The work in place, this is up to last month, the last pay request from the contractor. Expended funds were about $39.5 million. We have a retainage amount of close to $2 million still. A balance to finish, which includes the retainage, about $7.5 million. And percent of work, consider this is like maybe like a month ago, is 90 today. Should be around 90, 92% complete of the project. The schedule is, the permit was issued on January 13th of 2024.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on that. Mayor, that I know that there is, at every weekly construction meeting, it always comes up about completion dates and so forth. I know we've had people, public members come up and talk about that it's overdue. We do want to clarify that there was a ceremonial groundbreaking in 2022, August of 2022. But contractually, the contractor did not get issued a permit until the January 13th of 2024. So it's really been since last year that they started. I know that they did a ceremony because the city had just made the agreements with the property and it was still in the baby steps of the whole master plan. And there was a render because it was based on that concept. But the actual permitting was given in January 13th of 2024. The substantial completion date right now is October 29th. We have talked about a soft opening. The contractor has come up and talked about rain delays. Keep in mind that when you have horizontal projects, one rain delay translates to 4 or 5 days because of the heavy equipment. We're still working with them on it, but we do have final completion in November.
Yes, go ahead. So the $45 million contract amount, 39 million currently drawn with 7.4 million balance to finish.
Yeah.
Is that money that won't actually need to, or is all that actually going to be used, or is there room to use that for part of the next phase, or is that all for sure going to be needed?
There's that amount, although the contractor's showing working place is 39 million. This is based contractually, what's actually been built is a little bit further ahead than that number, but based on the certificate for payments, it's 39 million. In the actual project itself, there's been a lot of additional amenities that have been added through contingencies. We're still holding some contingencies in the project. But right now, we're still, from the balance to finish 7.4, we'd say,
About 45 million.
yeah, that's part of the 45 million with some remaining contingency monies. Now, those contingencies, keep in mind that, they are using it to buy additional plaques and so forth for the project. Any questions regarding the schedule?
And, well, Mayor, I just have a question for you, because, the motions that you made, of course, we're not, it's not actually in the item, so it's all kind of coming to us. Can you just elaborate a little bit more about what you expect, this to look like? My understanding is, okay, we're accepting the project to be completed in November. When you want to look into including the items that were previously intended to be in phase one to now be funded, or just look into, because the issue of funding those items that were not included, are we asking management to come back with a plan to fund that? I just want to make sure before voting on these three, that I understand exactly what we're asking.
Mr. Neb, you want to elaborate?
Sure, Mayor and City Council, yes, based on that question, what we are believing, of course, is that phase one is our completion of the obligation on the bond and the vote of the people. So we believe that we've actually did that through the $45 million that we devoted to it. What we do see is that we believe that the expansion of it into that what has been termed phase two makes a lot of sense, but there's a lot of background pieces that have to be put together. So what I'm looking for the mayor and the city council to consider is to establish it and direct us to put together a plan to aim into the additional multi-purpose fields. We will bring it back and we will place it into the system and everything. We have to complete the project and then we have to move on to our expansion plan. So that's the intent. Does that help explain that a little bit better?
The three motions that the mayor listed out,
yes. The mayor's three motions actually just kind of walks us through the three different pieces of this in order to do that. We actually believe, based upon our conversation on the Slaughter Park all-purpose fields as well too, we need additional space already. So we believe that the expansion of this facility is already warranted within our growth cycle. So,
Mayor, question?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Neff, and where, excuse me for being so blunt, but how are we going to fund this? Where are we going to get this money? If this costs us $45 million, you're going to do 50% of what we've already done, or what it's about to be completed in phase one. Where are we getting funds for this?
and before we get to that point as well too, the entire facility was built out of the sports venue tax. The sports venue tax continues to grow with the city. As it grows, the sports venue tax grows because it's a tax rate that's placed over the entire city. So we have been slowly increasing our revenues that are going into the sports venue tax. Sports venue tax covers the Unitrade, the arena, as well as the Buena Vista Sports Complex. So we intend to, as we look at those numbers, there is some additional cash already in the bank account as well too, but I want to put together a full budget estimate as to how to build this project, how to expand it out, and what that cost is. I think those numbers are, any numbers we give you today are probably a little bit off based upon I call it always COVID.
Mr. Neff, the only problem I see with that is that a few months ago, this council approved the sports venue tax to be spent for the next 5 years with the Saints Auto Arena.
Yes, sir.
And was leaving us with, I think, if I remember correctly, $9 to $12 million. That's not going to cover this.
What I am hoping that will happen is that we will get into the opening of the Buena Vista Sports Complex. We will get into the opening, which will answer the questions as to what can we do, what we said we were going to do with the operations, because we believe our plan is solid for that. Once we know how that's going to open, then we can kind of move into the next steps of this thing. I'm not asking you to commit any additional funding to the expansion of this project. What I'm asking is the direction from the city council to move forward with creating what would the expansion cost.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking. And I believe the mayor's third motion
was
will help cover that. It gives us the direction so that we can actually put together the formal costs and come back to you and say, this is what it's going to cost us to do phase 2 with the expansion. And then we can have the conversation as to whether or not we have the funds within the sports venue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
So, Mr. Neff, quick question. Last time we were doing the budget, and we're familiar with this, we have 4.5 million it was for turf for the slaughter park. Is there a way we can use that money for the sports complex?
Mayor and City Council member, yes, the general fund CIP or the bonding money out of the general fund can be utilized for anything within the city. Predominantly, we've utilized for the sports complex, the sports venue tax. And so I would like, once I receive my orders or my directives, we will put together and whether or not there's enough funding within what we'll think in the future value of the sports venue tax, or whether or not we have to.
Let's just make something so you can have something already in your hands. I make a motion to use, if I can amend and add the 4.5 million that we can use for the turf for slaughter park, just put them in the sports complex.
Okay. Motion as amended.
Is that a fourth motion, or is that amended?
No, I'm amended it.
To which motion do you want to amend? Third one.
Mayor,
Yes.
could we have the motions repeated, please?
My motion?
Just all of them.
The motion and the addendum. That would be,
Mayor, my recommendation is that we could vote on them all.
Individually.
So we
all right,
can restate it, vote on it, and then.
okay. We can go one individual. Yes, one at a time. Okay.
Mayor, the item that was, the motion that was just made by Councilmember Rangel, will it be a fourth item that we'll vote on?
It should be
It'll be amendment to the first, second, or third.
To the third motion.
and then y'all should vote on the amendment. Yes.
Okay. All right. So first motion.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. If I understand correctly, the first motion is to approve the phase 1, but I do believe we need to include an amendment for what the city manager has presented, that it is accepted with the conditions that are being met by the proposal from the architects to include all of the items that need to be finished by the deadline. And I suggest that the motion is amended to include that language because we want to be careful not to void any warranty from this project with this $45 million investment.
Mr. Neb, do you have any comments?
I have, Mayor and City Council, I'm not sure if I understand exactly what the councilwoman is saying as within that, but I believe that the motions are okay with that. I think all I'm asking for is the commitment for the directive to move forward with finding out what those other, we do not intend to open this project until we completely close the project, so we don't intend to affect the warranty.
Yeah, this
within
is,
the process.
just to clarify, Mr. Knapp, we're not accepting, the design team accepts the project before it goes to council. This is accepting the features of design one, of the phase one, and the amenities pending on phase one. I do want to just really quick make a comment to Mr. Gutierrez's, council members Gutierrez's comment. It's 150 acres. The cost for phase two is approximately about a third of the original cost because a lot of the heavy lifting has already been done with all the infrastructure. Remember, it was raw land, there was no development, which it is spurring a lot of development out there, but there was no power out there, there was no utilities, water extensions. So that, the layout right now, that first component, first phase one, includes a lot of infrastructure that's ready for phase two.
Great.
So that number will go, it won't be 45 million, it's probably about less than a third or so.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
Let's get on to motion once.
All right.
Your motion, your first.
First motion, the motion for the acceptance of phase one completion of the Buena Vista Sports Complex.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passed. Second motion. I'd like to make the motion to accept the items that were taken out of phase one at the previous meeting, which were the family area, multi-purpose field, the concessions, and the additional parking area.
And put them.
Second, Mayor, second.
Second.
Mayor, the motion, I don't understand it. It doesn't, I'm not understanding the second motion.
Mayor, to accept items that were taken.
Mayor, if I may, I think what was previous, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
I think what Mr. Knapp had asked was to include those items, come back with a cost estimate and a plan of finance for that, is what I interpret from that. Because we have some numbers, but, I think those items that were left out were designed, and so there has to be some, there was some groundwork that was done a little bit different from the original design, because these were add and deduct alternates on the first project when we did phase one, so they were left off. And so I think they have to come back, do an adjustment. So that's going to take a little while just to make sure that we have an accurate number, and then we can come back and present to council that number. And so we've been working with Mr. Esparza to try to figure out the monies that are left over that you mentioned, Councilman, a little while ago from the sports venue tax. And so once we have that plan, we can present it as quick as possible and show you that this is how we're going to finance.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
the verbiage is a little confusing because it says accept what was taken out of phase one. So it's confusing for us, except taking it out, which we did that, but now we're wanting to ask for a fee or what it's going to cost us to put those amenities back in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes,
Okay.
I think that's a little bit more accurate.
Okay.
All right. So, go ahead.
And we're requesting for capital improvement project funding to pay for sports venue tax projects for that?
No, Mayor and City Council, the The additional items from the addendum that we did not approve when we approved the phase one of the project, the addendum funding we do have in sports venue.
We should,
Those numbers, those dollars are in there, so we will not be asking to move into any of the bond money from the general fund. I think the question from Councilmember Rangel is that, but can that money be utilized for some of the expansion of that? That money will not be needed for the addendum to complete phase one.
all right.
And so this motion is requesting,
This motion, in my understanding, is asking for us to put together the correct number to add in the addenda items that were removed from the beginning of the project so we can complete them, which is
but to come back with that amount, or is this that we're approving that? Because I would appreciate if it were very clear, because we always come up with these items and it's very vague when we approve them, and then something comes back and it's like, oh, it was already done.
My challenge with that one would be is I don't have a number for you. We have an estimate, I think, based upon some of the pieces, that we would rather have a solid, secure number before we did that, which means that we would ask for the council to agree to move forward with the finishing of the phase one.
But without a cost? Without a cost?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. I'm saying we will bring you a number back for the remainder of the restrooms and the concession stand. We will bring that back to you prior to us putting it into finishing up the phase one. Our goal is to utilize the sports venue tax in order to get that work done.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may?
And then we have the expansion project, which is larger than that, for a conversation.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
So when we first got this presentation, it had a lot more components to it. And it had originally been fully funded, but of course we went through the whole inflation
Yes, ma'am.
crisis where what we had originally budgeted for in yesterday's dollars could no longer afford us that much of a plan in today's dollars, right? And that's kind of where we were at. So we cut out items, and so there is a bigger plan. It's not, this was actually a modified version of a bigger plan.
Right.
And so I guess what we're talking about now is, now that we're done with phase one, and I understand there's some discrepancies on, whether we're done or not. However, there's been a lot of sequences of events related to this project in terms of announcing to the public that it was finished when, or giving the impression that it was on its way, which created some confusion, the anticipation or the hope that it would be done by a certain time to align with certain tournament dates. That didn't manifest because, of course, that would have been a rushed project. And so here we are on time, given the fact that there was allowances for rain delays and things like that, which is a standard thing for any project. The project is on time, and what the mayor and the council members are saying is the project is ready to be delivered. It was voted on by the public. It was a mandate from the public. It was a referendum item that did pass. However, it's a very modified version of what was promised, right? So the idea is that now we're going to continue to figure out how to expand that to phase two. And I think the mayor's motion covers that, with the contingency that management bring us back a plan on how to fund it. And also taking into account the increased revenues that we're going to be generating once we actually open it, which is just going to go to increase the sports venue tax and hopefully allow for us to have this project done sooner than later. I think that's kind of where we've been discussing, is that this is a very beautiful project. However, the playground and the amphitheater and other phases and other parts of it, the public is still wanting those things.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Mayor, so just to make the motion again, that second motion that you're doing, it'll say motion to add the items that were taken out of phase one at the previous meeting, which were the family area, the multi-purpose field, the concessions, and the additional parking spaces. And to come back with a funding mechanism and the amount that it's going to cost the city of Laredo to build.
Yeah, that portion of it has already been designed. They were bid out with the construction manager as alternates. So we have a really good idea of cost. Those drawings are about 90-95%. What we're waiting for, and we are going to give Linedecker, maybe 10 days for that, revised price, because during the course of construction, there was some modifications for utilities and so forth. So one of the fields will have to be moved a little bit more. But in terms of documents, we are going to request a proposal request cost from them. And to answer some of the comments of, Councilmember Asso, Mr. Aroa, if you move forward, it has to come back to council and you approve the amendment to the contractor. So the step today is really to say, let's proceed, let's get costing from the contractor, then we bring it back to the owner, and then we also bring the timeline to the owner to see when can they complete those portions, those components that are missing of the phase one. So in a nutshell, the way we've explained it to our team is you took your shopping cart and you're paying, and you put some things out, you pay with what you have, and then you come back and you already know what's missing to put it back into the basket. And that's where we are with the contractor. We are going to ask them in 10 days to provide those numbers so we can send it back to administration for review.
All right, perfect.
Motion and a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Your motion 3, man.
Motion 3, third motion. Motion to proceed with the Phase 2 design plans.
There was an amendment, so you should vote on whether to accept the amendment to this motion 3.
What the amendment would read?
So 4.5 from
the turf.
the start part back to the one that we started.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor Moore?
No, so yeah, man, about that specific amendment, we did, so for the public watching who's probably confused, and, the 4.5 million that's being talked about is from our budget workshops in August, where it was a part of the capital improvement plan, bonded money that was going to go towards turf fields at Slaughter Park. Discussion came up about whether or not that was appropriate. It got basically removed and basically put into a general CO obligation, part of our capital improvement plan that could be used for any brick and mortar item throughout the city. Primarily, the idea being something parks related. But my view of that money is it's for areas that are for public use, okay? And, the sports, and this sports venue complex, $45 million so far that's been invested into it has come from borrowed money within the sports venue tax, right? That's the debt that we're in. We're in debt 45 million of sports venue money that paid for this. Is that correct, Mr. Knapp? Yeah. Like that wasn't cash money from the sport, that's debt money. So we're in debt 45 million in the sports venue tax area, but we're also spending money on Sam's Auto Arena upgrades with cash within the sports venue tax, and then Unitrade, et cetera. Okay, so this, the 4.5 million, I see it as going towards things that everyone gets to enjoy at all times. Whereas this sports venue complex, yes, it will have times when it's open to the public, but it's also meant for leagues and to generate revenue for the city, part of which is that's the whole point of a sports venue tax. So, I feel that the best way I want this to happen. I want to fund all these projects. I want to see this project get completed. We had all kind of as a council agreed that 4.5 million we would discuss as a group on what it would be used for. And we've kind of never had that conversation. Now it's being added as an amendment on this. I feel there's a way that we can fund this, or at least I'm hoping that management will bring us a way to fund it with the sports venue tax money. So I feel it is a little premature to put this 4.5 million towards this. So that's where I'm currently at on the amendment. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
And I totally agree with you, with Dr. King, that we got to finish this project. This project's already on, it's already an ongoing project. my thing, and this is the thing, we're already planning for future projects using those 4.5 or investing in another project or any other part of the city. When we have a project right in our hands right now, yes, we have our delays. Yes, it has it's problems of weather, the weather's bad or not finishing on time, but it's already in the process. I think if we already have that 4.5, I understand investing in going into another project. When are we going to finish one project? No es un proyecto a la vez. Yo pienso de terminar el proyecto que tenemos, we finish it up, and then we go on to the other one. But it's already there. We're already working on it. We're halfway there, and we need that push to go forward. So I'm just saying, we have this 4.5, and it's to the completion for the phase 2. We already have that money. Let's push it forward. We'll start seeing it give you more revenue, the revenue that once it opens up phase 1, we'll start seeing the revenue. We'll get the chance to see how, to be honest, and I'm maybe saying this, how the beast is gonna react. How it's gonna act, how it's gonna bring more, bring more revenue to Laredo, bring more of that sports complex, that tax view. You're gonna see it's gonna go up because you're gonna have games coming in. You're gonna have people, enjoying the sports complex, and then the word of mouth are gonna start saying, hey, we have the sports capital of South Texas. If not saying, I'm stealing that from Mr. Ramon Chavez, but it's the sports capital of South Texas. We'll start seeing it come to life, but with one phase at a time. But I'm just saying, invested that 4.5 million back into our biggest project right now. It shouldn't be, something that you think twice. It's something, we have to finish it up. And the more we invest in it, the faster we finish it, the faster we see the revenues come in.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. My only thing is, it's not as if that 4.5 million will get used very quickly. I mean, it's still going to take time. Like, there's not even a estimate on what it would cost right now. So if it's, let's say, 20 million more, 30 million more, we still don't know. So to tie that money up with that, when there are projects that we could put that 4.5 million to, and it could be done within the next 6 months. I made a list over the weekend because preparing for the possibility that we're eventually going to have this $4.5 million discussion, and luckily, we are now, and we could do elevated crosswalks near schools and parks throughout districts 1 through 8. For safety, there's right-of-way that we need for TxDOT roundabouts that are the city's portion. There's other public parks that could use turf fields. There's land purchases that we need near North Central Park and Divine Mercy and other parts throughout the city. Lots of parks need restrooms that are $200,000 each. Instead of people using portables at our public parks, there's lots of parks that need more shade structures. From a District 6 standpoint, eventually I'm going to be wanting, money towards a District 6 rec center, so there's a lot. We didn't get to have this discussion, so I understand that the majority probably will vote for this amendment. I just think, I feel that we should be using sports venue tax money towards sports venue tax projects.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mayor, may I?
Just give me one
Hold on, we have a councilman.
Oh, of course.
Since you mentioned all those projects and all those projects from 1 through 8, those monies comes from, if I'm not mistaken, it comes from district priority funds, which we can do the sidewalks. Even the MPO is part of it, of the TxDOT. There's some categories in the MPO that we can use and form those sidewalks that you're asking, those roundabouts that you're looking forward to. So I'm just saying, that's what our district priority funds that we have. And, this is a bigger project, and that's what we're trying to put those monies for, the bigger project, not for those kind of projects that are just, waiting. And I know that we have, we're using our district priority funds. We had, we're looking at analysis of what projects we need, of anything, proyecto que tengamos listos, and then we go forward with that. So I think that's what the district priority funds are funds, and, that's my opinion.
All right. Councilman, did you have a
May-
comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much for the opportunity. The 4.5 million was originally embedded in a bond that was designed to fund turf fields at Slaughter Park. And we did have a robust discussion about the turf fields and how we felt that those funds could be better spent for other parks and not focus so much on Slaughter Field, because we felt that, well, at the discussion at the time was that so much money was being invested in the Buena Vista Sports Complex that we decided that the turf fields would essentially duplicate already what was being spent at the Buena Vista Sports Complex. And to be fair, we wanted to see other amenities, as Dr. King was saying, in other parks in many districts, and not just concentrated solely in one park and also duplicating what was already happening at the Buena Vista Sports Complex. So we get back to this idea that the Buena Vista Sports Complex is dedicated to sports tourism, and thank goodness we have a way to fund that sports tourism venue. I just think it is dramatically unfair to the public to then take monies that are designated for parks to be spent, what we decided to be spent amongst many parks, to be redirected once again to the sports complex. I understand Councilmember Rangel's impatience with this project, but what it seems from the architects is that it is being designed very carefully and very robustly to eventually include all of the amenities that we think will make a sports complex great. But that funding stream exists. And I think we do a disservice to our residents when we focus solely on this one complex and we're not walking, chewing gum and walking at the same time. That we need to think of the other needs in other districts. And because it comes out of a CO bond where there were other priorities within that bond, we can have a full discussion how to best spend that 4.5 million to meet other needs in our city. We have a strategic planning meeting coming up in 2 days. And because we weren't able to do the full discussion about those 4.5 million during the budget workshop, because a decision was made to end the public budget workshop early, we should have that discussion fully at our strategic planning meeting and allow for many ideas to come so that we can discuss how best to spend that public money. But I will align myself with Dr. King and say that the sports venue complex has a dedicated source of funding, and this CO bond is meant for public works, for public access. Thank you.
Okay, one more thing. I think the public is expecting this project to be completed. They voted for it. I don't want the public to have a half-baked project that we're gonna leave there. So things are gonna get more expensive. The tariffs are gonna affect everything. So this 4.5 is not gonna be 4.5. It'll be twice as much if we wait on it. So I'm gonna call for the question because we need to vote on this. I will call for the question.
Remember, this vote is to see if you want to amend motion 3. If it's approved, then next you would vote on the motion 3 with the amendment. If it fails, then you vote on just the motion 3 by itself.
May I ask you something real quick, please? There's always the possibility that I think that the 4.5 can be included as part of this amendment. Again, we are having a discussion on Wednesday as to what else we can use that money for, but I would think and I would hope that it's basically going to sit there until the planning process, the phase gets in there. if I believe that the discussion we're gonna have on Wednesday finds a solution to use that money elsewhere, we should be able to pull it out, can we? Under another amendment? We can bring this motion back and pull it out if need be.
Mayor, yeah, and I'm working off of the mayor's call the question motion as well too, which means that we end discussion on the item. The answer to your question is yes, we can always have that further conversation.
Mr. Secretary, can you,
Mayor, right now, with what Mr. Reyna indicated is that we need to vote on the amendment first.
Correct, that's to add the 4.5 million from Slaughter Park. That's what we need, that's what's on the table right now, on the motion.
Mayor,
To vote on the amendment, Mayor.
Call for the question, Mayor.
okay, we call for the question already. All right. All in favor?
We need a second, Mayor.
Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
I'm opposed, please mark that.
So now you vote on motion 3 with the amendment.
Correct.
All right.
Second.
Motion, third motion, second.
Mayor, could we,
Since we're in a new motion now, can
you repeat the
Can you repeat the motion, third motion?
Yes, Mayor, the third motion was to proceed with the design plans of, for Phase 2. That was your motion, Mayor.
Motion.
Second that.
With the amendment.
With the amendment, yes.
With the amendment. Okay, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
I'll
passes.
oppose.
Mayor, when you,
Motion passed.
I'm opposed, but
We already passed the
no,
motion.
you did call the motion on the amendment, and then I was trying to speak on that vote, on the third motion. Because I was actually trying to get to a yes on the 4.5 million, but I couldn't because of the call to the question, that perhaps the 4.5 million could be used at the sports complex towards one of the items that is open to the public at all times. For example, the playground that's mentioned, I think there's parts of the sports complex that actually is open to the public at all times. So I was actually trying to get myself to a yes on that amendment, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is that CO bond money for me should go to something that's open to the public at all times, that's not closed off for, people coming out. Because this is money that's bonded based off people's property taxes, as opposed to the sports venue tax, it's sales tax and people coming in as well, not just, So that was what I was trying to get out there.
Okay, go ahead. No, that's a great idea. Yeah, I know, since with this sports complex always going to be for tournaments, having that open for the public once in a while or more often, it's a great idea. So.
And not only that, there's a lot of rooftops coming around that area, so that's a great idea, actually.
All right.
May I just,
Go ahead.
I understand that we already voted, but I just want to reiterate that I understand that this is a voter-approved item, but I do also want to share that the voters may not have been aware of the costs and the rising cost of each of these phases. It started at 20 million, and then it was approved then for 35 million. Now it's at 45 million. It's going upwards plus 50 million. At what point will we have a real discussion about priorities within the city? And obviously I want to see this project succeed, and we want to see the doors open, but I think that it's getting a little bit out of hand when we talk about costs.
All right. Next item.
67.
67.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion with possible action on the City of Laredo entrance signage and bridge signage and any matters related thereto. We don't have any signs in Laredo when people come in from San Antonio or from people coming from Mexico, welcome to Laredo. So I think this is something of concern. I've been asked many times why we don't have any signs like McAllen or the Valley has in its little city their sign. So that is the reason for this item.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
When I first came in and as a council back in 2023, I sat with Mr. Chavez. We were looking into a project of creating something, around on 83 coming in. So I think there's conversations in there, Mr. Los Santos, of creating a welcome to Laredo signage or something like that when we're coming in from Laredo. I think we already had those conversations, but we didn't go through it, follow through. I don't know if you have anything to add, Adam?
Good evening, Mayor. Edith Los Santos for the record, if I may. Like Councilman had mentioned, we are working with CBB on 2 locations. One is on 35 and one is at 59. We have several locations on both interstates that we're discussing, and we're going to meet internally, our department, CBB, and management, to come up with the best location for our city. And then once we have a location, we're going to work with the consultant we have on board.
Do you have anything on 83 going southbound?
On 83 at the moment, we don't have. What we have
I
is
think if you
59.
saw Mr. Chavez, there's an island that we were talking to TechStop. It's between Market and, Meadow and 83. That's, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, that is correct. We were working on a project previously, several years back, that we've been in discussions with Councilman Rangel at the intersection of Meadow and Highway 83. We would have to bring that project back and look at the cost for that as well, and have conversations with TechStop.
Yes, let's see, where are we? 67.
You already have the design in place, don't you? Right.
For the 59?
For 59 and
59 and 35, we have 3 locations on each highway.
On each highway.
Once we decide the location, we'll move forward with the actual design. We'll bring it to council for.
They're already working on it.
All right, you're working on that. Right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, that was a motion to proceed with the signage that you were working on.
Mayor, may I? Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Mr. De Los Santos, do we not have already a welcome sign on 35 coming into Laredo?
It's a billboard. It's just a billboard.
Not needs to be more.
Not that I'm aware of.
Good evening, Eileen Ramos from CBB. We have a billboard, we have a billboard, but we don't have a welcome sign. The welcome sign is the project that we're working together with engineering.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
We have a motion on the table to approve. Does anybody have any other concerns?
That's it.
All right, motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, if I may, motion to approve final readings 11 through 24.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any comments? All in favor?
Aye. Mayor, I think we
Anyone
have a
opposed?
comment on one of the items. Number 23.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so,
It's going to be on the consent agenda. Motion to open up the consent agenda, number 20.
hold on real quick. So we just, did we finalize that vote on the other items? The vote that, the motion you just made, did we take a vote?
It was for the final readings.
We don't need a vote for that, right?
Yes.
Do we need a vote?
On the,
My motion, and we had a
you
second.
you had, on the introductory ordinance 8, 9, and 10, those were introduced by council. So now
Okay.
No.
there was no vote needed.
Right,
On
but
8, 9,
right now, what I just read, the final readings of ordinances.
Okay, so we
I just
have a-
motion to approve them all.
You motioned and second by Councilman Gonzalez.
Let's vote on that. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. So we'll do consent agenda now.
Motion to open up the consent agenda,
Yes, and motion to bring the items from the
number 25. Is it 25?
Mayor Pro Tem. 26. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, yes, point of order.
Point of order.
We do have a public comment on number 25 and number 26.
Okay, so public comment on 25 and 26. Does anybody want to pull out any of the other items on the consent agenda?
We haven't
Mayor?
approved it yet.
Mayor,
I have a motion to approve.
Mayor,
Yes, yes.
on item number 44, I just wanted to name the company that will be given the award once you approve. And it's the Center for
Hold on, Chief. We'll take care of that once we get to that item. I'm
Okay.
gonna pull that one out.
Okay.
25 and 26 and 44. Any others?
Motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
I'd like to also pull out 29 too.
29 as well.
25, 26, 29,
And
44. Any others? Okay, motions, and then we approve all the others.
Motion
All
to approve the rest, yes.
Okay.
Second on
Motions.
that.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. So we're on 25. We have I don't have a public comment card for 25 here. We have it? Oh, it's on online. Okay.
Mr. Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, please. You're here to speak? Okay.
On behalf of myself, Mayor, Councilman, members of the council, my name is Oscar Martinez Jr. for the record, and I reside in the Sonterra subdivision, of which we've had a infestation of feral hogs, and in the last 6 months has really gotten bad. And my whole front yard is gone. My neighbors' yards are gone, and there's just no way we can fight it. There's a whole lot of, there's probably 30 different diseases that they'll bring, viruses, and maybe 40 different parasites that come with these hogs. And back behind the Divine Mercy.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, I understand.
can we motion to bring up item
Hold on,
73?
Mr. Martinez, you're speaking on item 73?
No.
Yes, because we are
Feral hogs, is that what you're
on,
talking
Yeah, the feral.
we were on consent agenda, so
Oh.
you're speaking in the wrong item. So
Oh, okay.
we're gonna do a motion to pull that item up since you're here.
Yeah.
So we'll have that discussion now, okay? We're
Okay.
just I'm gonna stop you so we can make that motion.
Okay.
Motion to move up item 73.
Motion to make up item 73, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. So we'll have that conversation and then we'll let you finish your comment, okay, real quick. Dr. King, would you like to introduce the item real quick?
Yes, thank you. And the item, Councilmember Gutierrez and I have brought this item up several times over the last few years because it hits our district the hardest. I know Mayor Pro Tem yours as well. In South Laredo, actually, basically anywhere where we're developing in new parts of the community, we are, it's happening. But actually, Mr. Martinez's neighborhood that's been getting hit hard is not necessarily the newest neighborhood in the district, but it's close to a water source and open fields, and it's a big hazard. So last time this got brought up, our animal care director had mentioned, she gave us a nice presentation back, and she's standing there, back in, I believe, May of this year, and basically she explained the jurisdictions, state, federal, versus hog versus javelinas. Previously, the city would get in, animal care department would be involved in trapping, and basically made the point that the city was no longer going to be trapping either javelinas or hogs. But my point of bringing up this item was to see if there was a way, specifically for the feral hogs, which pose a legitimate and lethal risk to the public, was to see about possibly at the city hiring professional trappers, since our animal care department is busy working on domestic animals, mostly cats and dogs, and that's where the capacity is within our city animal care, that we possibly considering hiring a professional hog trapper. And I know Lakeside subdivision has a gentleman who does it for them, and so that's one option. Not that we have to go with him necessarily, but I know there are people out there that are professionals, and I wanted to bring up the item to look at options. But I'll let Mr. Martinez finish his comments.
Yeah, Mr. Martinez.
Well, I mean, I just want to bring up the point, you've got a lot of growth around there, and right behind Divine Mercy, you have parks. Kids are there all the time. There's these hogs, they carry parasites, diseases. I mean, those are just things that y'all need to look at. there's a lot of people that walk up and down these sidewalks and up and down the streets. And, you know, these hogs are mean. They'll go out and they'll chase somebody, and they'll cut them up, and they won't have any mercy. So I think that we need to try to get something done. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. And they'll breed 3 times in a year sometimes. So at 15 piglets apiece, you get 4 or 5 sows out of that, and that's ridiculous. So I think it's time that you guys need to try to help out here, see if we can get something done before it really gets bad. Just want to bring that up to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Before you leave, I just wanted to hear from management, legal, animal care, just to maybe we can get you some answers on what other options we have. You know, I don't want you leaving without some answers and the idea that there are other things that we can be doing.
Dr. King, just Mr. Martinez, I don't know if you want to take a seat for this conversation.
Sure.
It could be a while. Okay. So who wants to speak next? Councilman Gonzalez?
Mayor Pro Tem, I know this discussion was very well discussed with the Texas Parks and Wildlife in Austin when we were up there. I know we've had continued conversations with Commissioner Anagelo on this, and they're willing to help us out. And as I don't know if Mr. Knapp, you were keeping in touch with her through this, so just so we know that it's been talked with the state.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
If Ms. Bluestone can cover, we've been working on this since the last conversation as well too. I think we have some recommendations and some, at least some directions that we can go.
Ms. Bluestone, a question, do you have any input on this?
Oh, I have lots of input.
Okay.
Thanks for having me up here. So we have been doing a little bit of research, and what we have kind of geared our thought process to, obviously you're absolutely right, our capacity is just that, the companion animals. However, we have identified the challenges, including what he mentioned as far as the safety, the service gap, and certainly the community impact. First of all, and we kind of discussed this before, it was a lot of the education, living with wildlife prevention first. Humane management, here's what I will also say, and this is why we're kind of going this route, is you can spend a lot of money trapping feral hogs and doing what you can for javelinas. A lot of money hiring a service to do that. You're gonna continue to spend a lot of money hiring people to do that. And just like in lakeshore communities who have that service, the problem's still there. It's gonna be there. So by just doing that, that's not probably the best course of action. What we recommend is not only that comprehensive education outreach, what can we do, how do we prevent it, but also getting an independent individual, whether it be an individual, a company here, to assess doing other methods by oral contraceptives. Those type of methods to have a little bit more of sustainability. There could be some trapping involved. However, over time, that's probably what works best. And that's also following state guidelines. It's also to involve other agencies, like you guys mentioned, the APHIS, Texas Parks Wildlife Department, and Texas Animal Health Commission. But it's also really getting somebody in here with the knowledge base to say, okay, this is gonna work, this is not gonna work, and this is what you get for the most bang for your buck. Of course, we have the firearms restrictions, javelina regulations, what is the best way to manage the feral hog, as well as proposing maybe an ordinance that restricts people from feeding, specifically because I've seen it on Facebook, where they actually put out food specifically for wildlife and not necessarily the TNVR or the companion dogs that are in the streets. That's a thought. We've actually already put out and are going to post an RFQ by the end of the week to try to figure out a way to mitigate this by getting experts involved. District 6 is a pilot, would be a pilot for a 12-month time frame, quarterly reviews, and expanding it to where potentially there is a branch of the broad animal services that's specifically designed for wildlife that does not take away the resources that we have for companion animals to combat these issues as they come up. That is what we have come up thus far. Is it an immediate thing? No. Will it be an immediate thing? Absolutely not. As even with a trapper out there right now, you're constantly going to have issues.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
I know that when you were here the last time, you had mentioned that our capacity as a city does not allow us to even approach or even handle this problem.
Correct.
Because this is a Texas Parks and Wildlife issue.
Correct.
So my question is, I want to be a city that is proactive and that cooperates with our citizenry, but I think that in light of this, why isn't Texas Parks and Wildlife speaking before us rather than you?
That's a good question. I don't know.
So I think, and it just doesn't stop here with the state of Texas with this particular problem. I think it's also with issues that we have to deal with at the city, with traffic control or anything in state roads, where DPS rather than our PD should be spending their resources taking care of us in that manner. So the plan of action that you have put together is something to be seriously looked at, because it is an incredible ongoing problem that is not only in that neighborhood. I have people that I know at Lakeside, Alexander. The more we move into the wildlife spaces that they live in naturally, of course they want to go back. So now it becomes an issue not only for us, but for PD, for everybody else that's going to be involved, fire department, to go out there. God willing, nothing, I mean, I hope nothing happens to our citizens because of this, but I think we need to look at the full scope of action that we need to do this to combat this, not just us. And so, like I said, this is a great plan of action that you put together, but I do need the state of Texas to take a more proactive approach on this so that we can solve this issue. Because you're right, it's not going to end. There's development all over the place. Well, you know, what makes us think that this is just going to be a one-time deal for somebody to go out and trap them and get them out of here? This is just going to be an ongoing cost, and increase and heightened danger for our citizens. But we just need to get everybody involved rather than just putting everything on your shoulders to look at. So, I mean, I'm hoping to say that our admin can look at this seriously and bring those every possible player or every possible agency that can help us on this and really take a good look at it.
Thank you. Councilman King?
Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, and thank you, Councilmember Garza, for those comments too. I would like to make a motion to accept this plan and also to forward the issue to our lobbyist in Austin to get, we already had the discussion, but I feel that, you know, we need to continue this conversation. I believe we just renewed our lobbyist contract. You know, this is actually the time to get state issues worked on when they're not in session. So I hope we can be advocating in the appropriate committees to get this something where when the legislature does meet again in 2027, that we have a bill that could potentially change some of the expectations from the state and obviously, and also empower cities to be able to do more about this issue. So that's my motion.
We have a motion, and we have a second.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
may I?
Yes.
Dr. King, Councilmember King, could we perhaps also forward this information and a petition to Commissioner Galo and ask for her support and see about getting her involved in this Texas Parks and Wildlife issue?
Yes, yes, perfect.
Okay, as amended.
Thank you.
Well, hold on. Are you making an amendment? Or are you gonna
I-
amend your motion, Dr. King?
Assuming it's an amendment, I accept the amendment.
All right, so Dr. King's
Thank
gonna
you.
amend his motion to include that, and then Councilman Rangel's gonna second that.
Just wanted to add that final little bit of information that I didn't give you. Thank you so much for the hard work that you put into this. I know you did this the last time, and I forgot to mention that at the very end, but it just, for me, it's just, I don't want to put everything on your shoulders, knowing that there's other players out there that can get involved and help us out in this matter. Thank you so much.
I do have a clarifying question. Is this gonna be done in-house, or are we gonna outsource this, and then where's the funding source?
So step one would be sending out an RFQ to see what qualified individuals, wildlife biologists can really determine what the scope of a project like this would be and what the best course of action would be. Almost hiring a consultant really to come in and say, here's what we've got, here's what it's going to take, and then having that and moving forward.
So are we gonna be asked to vote once that package is presented, or is this, I mean, because are we gonna have to figure out?
I'm assuming,
So you're gonna
yes.
bring it back to council for approval?
Yes,
Once we know
Mayor
the
Pro Tem,
cost and
yeah,
everything?
this will come back because we are developing out, the scope's going to go through the RFP, and then we're going to develop out exactly what the plan will look like.
The RFQ is already in the, it's already done. It will be posted with.
I was trying to think about how to call this. This is more of a request for qualifications
Yes.
rather
Yeah,
than a request for proposals.
Yeah.
Well, that's the
So-
RFQ.
Yeah, the RFQ.
That's what she said.
Well,
You
yeah,
did say
what
that
I'm saying is
multiple
that
times.
we're going to have a request for qualifications. Anybody interested that has their skill sets within that, we will look at them based upon their qualification, based upon an estimated plan of attack in order for this issue. That will have a price that'll have a price on that. We will bring that recommendation back to you to determine whether or not that would be the consultant or the qualified individual to do that.
Oh, I think Ms. Bluestone, you said you have one ready already?
I already wrote the RFQ.
You
Yes.
wrote the RFQ? Would you, Mr. Nab, can we have a copy of that?
We
Just
can
to
do
make
that,
sure
yes,
that
ma'am.
we're, the council members, okay with the terms and all that?
Yep.
Okay, all right, motion second is already there. We had an amendment, it was approved, so call for question, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're back to item 26 on the consent agenda, and we're pulling that one out.
We didn't vote on number 25.
Okay, hold on, where are the council members? We need to vote on the item.
Okay.
I thought we just voted.
On number 25, Mr. Martinez thought that he actually wrote item number 25, but it was actually 73. He made a mistake. So we
Oh,
have
we're
we have
back
not.
to 25.
Yes, number 25. Yes.
All right. So, motion, there's no comment on 20, okay, motion to accept item
Second.
25.
I'll second that.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Item 26, we have Mr. Nunez, Felix Nunez, to comment.
Yeah, do I read that? You want me to read the item, or Mr. Neff read the item?
Excuse me?
Do you want anybody to read the item?
Do you want to read the item, Council?
I'll read the item.
All right.
A resolution of the City of Laredo, item number 26, a resolution of the City Council of Laredo, Texas, authorizing a fee waiver for the Pit Kings event to be held at Unitrade Stadium on November 14th and 15th, 2025, and providing a fee waiver in an amount up to $8,000 through community support and sponsorship funds from participating council districts approved through motion at the October 6th, 2025 council meeting, subject to availability and allocation of funds by participating districts, and authorizing the city manager to identify other appropriate funding sources if required and subject to council approval. I just want to thank management for bringing this item up. I know Pit Kings has been toured through our city in the past 2 years. They're at Unitrade, and as a matter of fact, this year, Mr. Nunez went out of his way to meet with Mr. James from from the arena and reduced significantly the amount of the past 2 years. And this is a great event, a citywide event. He's going to explain a little bit, right? There's grilling and barbecue smoke, and it's been throughout the years a qualifier that runs through our city. So with that being said, Mr. Nunez.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the chance to talk to you all. Pit Kings has been around since 2016, and we've grown the event for the past couple of years. Now, the whole thing about the whole putting Laredo on the barbecue map from our idea we had from 2016 has worked. We always bring over 75 to 78 barbecue cooking teams from throughout the state of Texas to Laredo. Laredo has actually grown in the barbecue sport world and competing. As a matter of fact, 2 weeks before our event, we're going to be having about 4 to 5 Laredo teams competing in the World Series of Barbecue, which is a world championship in Kansas City. And we've been doing that for the past 4 years. I myself have gone to that competition as well. In this competition, we give $12,000 in prize money. So the entry fees that are paid goes to that prize money. We also motivate our youth in competing. I don't know if some of you all have known, a little while ago that Martin High School was up here. Martin High School, Cigarroa, Nixon, Alexander, United South, LBJ, they all have barbecue cooking teams as well. So they come out to compete with us as well. We have a kids queue where our kids compete the ages of 7 to 12 in a ribeye steak competition. They get a chance to win some prize money as well. The longest team that we've brought down to Laredo was actually from Oklahoma City. We do bring world champions to Laredo that are people that own their own barbecue sauces and their own seasonings as well. It's a big event that keeps growing and growing every year. Like I said, we've been around since 2016. We came to the city of Laredo 2 years ago for your help with providing, which I believe, I know we've been going back and forth tonight, talking about parks and all that. I think y'all's masterpiece in the whole Parks and Recs department is going to be Unitrade Stadium. So we decided to move this big event to Unitrade Stadium. And that was asked by all the other local barbecue teams when I would always meet with them and say, where do y'all want to have it next year? Where do y'all want to have it next year? Where do y'all want to have it next year? 2 years ago, they nailed it down that we want it at Unitrade. It's paved. It's a beautiful venue. Everything is there. It's centralized. Hotels, the airport, the gas stations, everything is there. So we're here again to ask if we could borrow that venue to hold this it's a state championship barbecue cook-off. The out-of-town teams that are part of a barbecue organization that's called Champions Barbecue Alliance do accumulate points throughout the year in winning grand champion and reserve grand champion in big events like this. Any questions? Laredo is on the map on the barbecue world since 2016, and we're just getting it bigger and bigger. I know some of you all have been there, and it's an awesome event.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I know we're pretty late in the game because Mr. Nunez had understand that the city was kind of tightening the belts to events like this at cost. But I do want to thank management for strategically putting this together during budget workshop that each council can now be available to help. I know Mr. Nunez was looking at other venues such as Life Downs and stuff because we initially said, due to bond purpose and stuff that we weren't able. So we're here late in the game, and thanks to management, hopefully each, council members are willing to help this event come through.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, of course.
This event, it's an event that I've been to it before. Some of my friends, Sunset Smokers, shout out to them right here, right? They compete, and I've seen them compete. The event you host, everybody gets happy. Last time I was in Zapata, and they told us about the Pit King, and I was like, I don't know when it's gonna be, getting ready. Yeah, we compete. So kudos to you. Congratulations. It's a great event. I know a lot of people are looking forward to it for the whole weekend, overnight. Competing with stick, gas, and so it's going to be an awesome event. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I also want to remind quickly my colleagues that this committee, Pit Kings, it's mostly based on a law enforcement family. So also that's why I'm in big support of it.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, just one other comment on this as well too, just to give you a little bit of a clarification. Of course, this is underneath our new structure where we've provided funding for community support and sponsorship for each one of our districts within that structure. What will happen is if you approve this waiver, then I will contact each and every one of you and say, do you want to help support this activity? Once that is totaled, we'll kind of come to terms with the $8,000 within that structure, and then we'll take care of the directive from the council for the waiver of the cost.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I?
Awesome. Yes, Councilman.
Mr. Nunez, just thank you for putting this on. I really appreciate it. It puts us on the map every single year. I've been there every time you've had it. Maybe I missed once or twice. But other than that, I've been there. My family's been there. It's a great family event, and of course, a huge supporter of it. We'll be there behind you. Of course, this year, I'll be here this year. We'll be there for you. So anything y'all need from us, please let us know. Because like I say, it's a great event for the city, great event for the community, great event for the family to go out and visit with you guys. Mind you, you all do wonderful when you're cooking out there. Great food out there.
Thank you, sir.
So I invite the public to please go out there. It's a great idea.
Would you
Great
have a
project.
flyer already made?
I have a flyer made. I was working when, so I had to rush over here and all that, so I didn't get to bring it with me. We do have a Pit Kings page. It's Pit Kings Laredo. You can go check it out. I don't know if my phone would work here, so I could put it up here.
But do you have it on like social media or something?
Yes, it's on social media
So we
and
can
all that
find it.
already.
Mayor Pro Tem, again, and management, I want to commend James from the arena. He brought the cost from $22,000. And I know Mr. Nunez always meets him halfway with security, with law enforcement, with reserves, deputies and all that. So they do a lot for this event. And again, Mr. James, thank you so much for meeting with Mr. Nunez and trimming this a lot down so it could be a less expense and make this possible.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions?
Thank you, Nunez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman, do you want to make a motion on this?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve and have management poll our districts and see how we can support the
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
29? Yeah, the way we put.
Oh, 29. Yeah, I just had a quick question. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but, this purchase, I know we did discuss this, in executive session. However, did we have had we identified other plans other than the purchasing? I think we talked about some other options.
I believe this item we're asking to table because of the.
Yes, we're going to request to table it so that we can present some additional information that we've received.
Motion to table.
Okay, motion to table, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. I think we're on 44. Chief Landine, you said we had to amend?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have, the committee got together, including the police chief and fire chief with HR, and have unanimously recommended the Center for Public Safety to be awarded this contract not to exceed $225,000.
Okay, Zone, are we allowed to make that amendment?
Yes. Yes, it's just clarification.
So motion to approve as amended. I'll make it, anyone want a second?
that. I'll
second Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. We are,
Staff reports.
oh, 61, sorry. All right, 61. Online services payment update.
Good evening. Joe Rivera, good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Joe Rivera, IST Director for the record.
Thank you.
Let me just bring this up. So tonight I'm reporting on the status right now on our efforts to bring online payments to our city services. I did want to mention that we have shifted the goal a little bit. Last time I was here, I did mention that what we're looking to do is build and develop a standardized, uniform payment portal. We reassessed that because what we're looking at is if we do that and we do custom development across the board, is that we're probably looking at drawing this out a bit longer than we'd like. So what we're gonna work on a kind of a hybrid model, if you will, where we're gonna do some custom development where needed, but we're also gonna leverage software, out-of-the-box software solutions where possible. In some cases, these softwares are already in place, so we will use those to leverage our efforts to do this hopefully in a much quicker fashion. We are still intending to create a web page on our website that will link to all of the services, whether again they be custom development or again those out-of-the-box solutions. But the community will be able to go onto this page and click on whatever service they're wanting to pay on. I had this up last time, just again illustrates that we are talking about many disparate departments. We support about 40 departments across the city, services of all types, and so there is no one size fits all for this. So we are having to take every department and look at them individually and figure out how we're going to take their services online. Just a real quick reminder, we do already take payments on some of these services. You do use a click-to-gov solution where we have the ability to pay water bill online, taxes, building permits, parking tickets online. The police department does use a Tyler system to allow the community to pay for police reports. Municipal court does court fines and court fees. And our bridge system does take AVI payments and overweight permits online already. So what are our efforts currently? So we are actually working on a total of 9 projects right now with different departments to try and again, in the attempt again to bring online payments to these departments. We are in different stages of completion. We've got in late stage development is what I'm calling this. We've got the library and parks and recreation. We're really close to getting those done. As a matter of fact, I had hoped to bring library tonight and say we're done. We have come across a couple of issues with our finance department wanting more clarity on the process. So we want to make sure that finance is comfortable with what we're doing and that their questions get answered. They have questions around reconciliation, around the payment processing, and what the process is to get handle any discrepancies. So we're close, but I think we're still looking at about 4 to 5 weeks on these to get these done. We also have 4 projects right now in what I'm calling vendor review or initial implementation, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we're in the discovery phase with the departments on 3 of these. So for Parks and Rec, we are going to leverage a system that they have already purchased, Dash. The name of the software is Dash. So what the community will be able to do is pay for membership cards for Parks and Rec, facility rentals, instructor payments, swim classes, pool rentals, and this will also be our point of sale system for the Buena Vista Sports Complex. So this is already a project we've got in motion. We've already, the Parks Department has already been doing the configuration and table build, and right now we're looking to have this, like I said, done in the next month or so.
I have a question real quick.
Yes.
Under Parks and Rec, this is just the stuff that you can get done like sooner than later, like within the next month, but it doesn't include facility usage, like using of the pools on a day-by-day basis? Is that part of this?
Yes, that would be part of this. So the idea is if I want to rent a pool, when I had a young child, I did that, and so I had to go into one of the facilities and pay for that rental online.
No, I meant like you're gonna go use the pool and you're paying the
just for that day?
use the day to use the pool,
So that's a good question, and I'm gonna have to go back and check. According to the calls we've had with this vendor, all of our services, whether they be on a daily basis or something more as a rental or something, we are capable of doing that. I don't think I've asked that specific question, so I have to go back and get an answer for
And
us
as
on
far
that.
as library cards, does that include the renewal? Because it's free to
Yes.
renew, but can you renew it at 0 cost online?
We will, and I don't know the cost structure, but yes, you will be able to renew your library cards. For library, we are using a system that they already have in place today. We're just turning on the payment features. So you'll be able to renew your cards, library cards. You'll be able to pay for late fees for books. They also do some room reservations, so we're going to configure that into the system as well. They do passports and printer copiers and fees. But yes, you will be able to renew your library cards online, and if it's 0 cost, we would structure it as that, but I wasn't aware of the 0 cost.
Because right now, I don't think you can sign up for it, but you can't renew it.
Correct, yeah. Right now, these features are not turned on in the software. So what happened as we ended up sitting with library and we came to find out that the system has the capabilities, it's just never been turned on. So we're working with them to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll move on to public health. We are, did I skip? Yeah, we are working with public health on two different vendors. These again are already softwares that they have purchased. One is Tyler Technologies Vital Index System, and so what the community will be able to do is go online and pay for and request birth certificate, death certificates. We're also working with their Citizen Serve vendor, and that will handle their food handling permits and that workflow around that process. So these are also two projects that we have in motion and are currently working both with the Public Health Department and with the vendors to configure and deploy. For municipal housing, we are looking at them, a property management solution, and we are currently vetting 3 vendors. We've had calls over the last few weeks with these 3 vendors that I've got up here on this slide. What this system will allow them to do is manage all, I believe it's 800 properties that they have across the city. This will allow their tenants to go online and pay for the rentals for these properties. They will also be able to generate leases through an e-leasing portion of the software. They will be able to manage their wait list. And again, this is actually, I don't have it here, but their work orders as well. So if a tenant calls and says, I've got a broken water tank, they will be able to put that in the system, and the staff will be able to respond to that. And there'll be two-way communication across the system that will allow them to work on those work orders. So again, like I said, we're very close to making a decision on which one of these vendors better fits the operations. But again, this is another project that we have fully in motion. And then custom development. We do have 4 projects that we're working on that we don't have anything out of the box, as I said earlier. So we are looking to do some custom development here. We've got animal control that's asking us. We met with them a week or so back. They're wanting us to do pet registration and pet adoptions online, and not only the workflow, but payments. So we are working on putting that scope of work together to submit to our vendors. City Secretary's office is asking us to help with a multi-departmental process to do liquor licenses, alarm permits that are handled at the City Hall Annex. We're working on as well, and we have actually a rather complex environmental services request. They have a hazmat permitting workflow that's, again, very involved. There's a lot of back and forth between them and their customers, the warehouses in town, to manage hazardous materials, but also to process their yearly hazmat permits. So we'll allow that process to be managed through the software and then in turn be paid online, which right now they can't do. They have to, the customer has to come into the facility and make that payment. So again, these are the 4 that we're looking at for custom development. Obviously, there's a lot more services out there we'll probably be able to handle, work on at one point, but these are the 9 that we actually are working on as of now. So just wanted to point out that, while we're working as diligently as we can to get these all online, there are some challenges and the complexity of the projects, obviously, in some cases, they're not as complex, but then, like I said, the hazmat, for example, has a lot of moving parts, so that can extend the development time. We are also trying to make sure that with all of these payments that we take, that they flow into our financial system and making sure that our finance team is well aware of the process. So that's another challenge, to make sure that we're doing that. As an IT department, we support all 40 departments, so we're kind of having to juggle all of these tasks, not only the daily operational tasks that we have on our plate, but also these projects that are, again, more long-term and more involved. And then obviously staffing at times can be difficult, because while we do have 51 staff in the department, 11 of those folks are, although critical to operations, are not technical. So again, we're having to juggle some of these projects around. Some additional considerations are that, again, that this in some cases may be long-term. It's not something we just can flip the switch on. And then obviously budgetary costs, as we work with the vendors to figure out the cost, we will have to bring that in some cases back here to see if about funding availability and all that. But again, we are making some significant progress towards your all's ask to get online services or online payments available for as many services as we can as quickly as possible.
Well, I appreciate all the hard work that it looks like you've been doing, and you really took this project and ran with it. And I appreciate the fact that you reached out to the different departments and got their input and tried to make this system work, because, you know, we want to be more efficient and we want to be more effective. So I think this is a good step in that direction. Does anybody have any comments? Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. Item 62. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. For the record, Tina Rodriguez, Internal Auditor, and I'm just here to formally submit for your approval the proposed annual plan for the fiscal year 2026. You actually have a copy, and copies have been sent previously.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions
I
about the
just have
plan?
one question
Yes.
regarding, I'm very interested always at what you do, Ms. Rodriguez. But have you discussed your methodology with the gentleman that was here right now for IT? I believe that in turning this system over to what you're trying to do from an online point of view can greatly reduce the amount of hours that an audit can take place. I just wanted to confirm that that's the case with what you did, the presentation he just gave.
I apologize, I'm not sure what item we're on.
62. It's internal.
Yeah, no, what I'm trying to do is that your presentation was really, really good. I'm just excited to see that, and which might not excite a lot of people, but that the audit process will be kind of reduced in hours by you implementing this online system, right? So I just wanted to make sure that you all communicated with each other as to
We
where we're
have.
going. Okay,
Yes, we have
okay,
talked.
good. That's
We
really,
have spoken, and one of the things many of our revenue intakes and receivables are manual. It's very difficult to audit those. So anything that is digitized or integrated into the system is very beneficial to run reports, to audit those reports. So yes.
Because I get to see your list all the time, and I know the auditing process can be quite tedious and long, and might not be the most exciting part that a lot of people in here might not like, but I truly, truly appreciate your job and the work that you do with your job. So I just want to make sure that specifically you were being taken into consideration when this online process was started.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think it's good for accountability purposes, just for tracking purposes, and then for us not to have to store so much paperwork reduction and stuff like that. So appreciate your work, and it's good to see you all collaborating. I think that's going to be the key for us to make this a successful program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to accept the auditor's report? Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. I'm going to skip over executive session real quick so we can recess. I'd like to make a motion to recess as the Laredo City Council and convene as the Laredo Mass Transit Board.
Second that?
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? I'd like to make a motion to approve items 64 and item 65.
Second that?
Motion second, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion passes. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn as the Laredo Mass Transit Board and reconvene as the Laredo City Council.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. We are now on executive session, item 63. Yes.
Prior to moving on to executive session, by any chance, I would like to move to take from the table item number 7, if possible, about the tiny homes.
You say a second and then the vote on it to take it off the
Take
table.
the item from the table.
You want to bring it back?
Yes.
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
But I wanted to clarify and really understand where, I understand and I completely agree with you in the sense that it's unfortunate that the project had shifted, but it had been brought to council on multiple occasions, and it was brought to the Veterans Affairs Committee. And I wanted to just check in with several of the veterans to understand from them that there was this understanding that there was this project shift, and especially when Ms. Tina came to present at the committee. I find it a bit unfortunate that we're stalling a project that would allow us to house people when this is a major need across our community, and when we have no problem increasing funding for the sports venue and the sports complex, and yet there's this discrepancy with the tiny homes, and it begs the question: is it because it's in District 8? Had this been realized by several members of this council prior? Would the project have been stopped because of that fact? And I would request and hope that council could see that this is a viable project and a huge benefit for our community, and I would hope that we could see this moving forward. And still with the reports that we're going to be provided, showing by fact that the dates that had been presented. But I find this to be an issue every time there are projects within District 8 that there's not an understanding or a realization of when certain items came forward to council and they were approved. And so it just begs the question for me.
I just want to respond to that real quick first. I just want to respond to that because I was on the Veteran Affairs Committee before the representative from District 8 was. And this project came to us at the committee, and it was always, when it was proposed to be held in District 8, it required the city giving city property, which we approved. So it's not an issue of why is it happening in District 8. The issue is that it was supposed to be veteran focused. The name literally said Veterans Tiny Home Project. And now it's not veteran focused, and the whole purpose of that committee is for veterans to have voices, for the veterans to be like taken more into account and their needs. And we're literally putting a building there so that we can that was the plan, to put a building there to bring the veteran resources to the veterans. I don't know when that got taken out, or if it did or if it didn't. And I don't see a problem tabling an item that we don't have the information for. It's happened multiple times where we're asked to approve something that we gave a directive, or we gave a scope, and somewhere along the way, the logistics didn't work out to make that happen. And so we basically got served what, they wanted to serve us instead of what we asked for. And then we end up having to just, take whatever they give us because, this is how we were able to work it out. Versus, okay, you guys want this to be for veterans, let's go find a funding source, or let's find a way to make this work so that we can make this a priority for veterans. I don't know why this is becoming a personal thing. It's more of the project, it's not that we're canceling the project. It's not that we don't support the project. It's that the project scope changed, and I don't remember, I rarely miss council meetings, and I don't remember talking about this is no longer going to be for veterans focused. This is now going to be open to everyone, and the veterans can just be one of many that I'm pretty sure you're going to have a long waiting list for, just like all of our housing programs have a long waiting list for. So that defeats the purpose of what we had set out in the beginning. And just because we say, well, you're still going to be eligible to apply, doesn't mean that we're making this for veterans like we had originally said. That's why I was requesting more information. a plan or to show that we are going to prioritize veterans, tabling something for 2 weeks doesn't mean that we're canceling it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Hernandez?
I was just quick one, just to.
Of course, sorry.
I'm sorry. Just
No,
to
not
say
at
that, just to say it's, I'm not trying to get, because it's, tabling the item is not going against District 8. The Buena Vista is not even in District 2. It's in District 1 and District 3, which, District 2 is way far from there. What we're trying to do is the project, which is a citywide project, I think the Buena Vista Park, that's why the reason, my colleagues, I think that's my colleague Gonzalez is trying to fight for it as well as I am. And I think it's because it's a citywide project. It's just not in District, it so happens to be that it's in District 2 and, District 3 and District 1. I'm not even in that district, I'm in District 2. But I support because it's a citywide project. Now, going back to tabling the item, I'm not saying no, or that I'm not supporting the housing, but I just want to know who authorized the change. We just want to come back to who's doing the authorization on coming back and saying, oh, we want to change it now to this. This is the project where we're going. Now we want to go this way. That's if they can clear that up for us, we can go forward right now, and we can move this project going forward. That's all we're doing, and finding out who did the authorization. If we did, and we have the minutes right now, we can go forward.
Councilman Melissa Cigarron?
Thank you. I would just like to add to the fact that we did actually, Councilmember Rangel, council did vote for the change. As Director Rodriguez was explaining, these program dollars must be approved by council. So I do remember, and I do not remember the date, but I do remember that she came back to council and she explained about the donation in the previous conception of this project having fallen through, that they were no longer able to move forward with that particular project, but they were able to move forward with funds to provide affordable housing in which veterans could be included in this complex. So it is, I think we sometimes go over things so many times. I understand that the original idea for Lafayette was a veterans directed project, but that could not happen. And so the community development director did her job, found funds to provide for affordable housing, and now is presenting on the table a project that is funded, that serves the public, that fills a dire need here in our city. And we are hesitating because, frankly, some members do not remember that discussion before. I don't disagree that asking for more information is, it shouldn't be prevented at all. But at the same time, to suggest that somehow this is an affront to veterans, which I think the conversation sort of led to that conclusion, that somehow this council doesn't take veterans into consideration with these projects, I think that's unfair, because community development intended for the project, it fell through. A different project what came forward, and they ran with it. That does not mean that veterans lose their focus for other possibilities in the future, only that this particular project couldn't develop as previously envisioned, but now we have an affordable housing project all on its own, receiving federal funds, and is ready to move forward. So I agree with Councilmember Cigarroa that we shouldn't halt it simply because we want it to be different. It's meeting all of the standards. It's meeting all of the standards that community development has for these affordable housing projects.
Ms. Martinez, right? It's Martinez, or is it different? It's
Ms. Rodriguez.
Ms. Rodriguez. When did when did we discuss the project being the tiny homes for veterans to now the Lafayette Tiny Homes Rental Housing Project. At what point did we discuss that?
I do need to get that timeline together, but I do recall going back to the commission, explaining that to the commission, because I did have multiple presentations to the Veterans Commission when, unfortunately, even one of our MOUs that I had with one of the veterans partners fell through, and
But that's
they
the
walked
very,
out.
very beginning.
Correct.
No, in the very beginning, just so the public knows, there was an organization in San Antonio that had homes for veterans, tiny homes for veterans. They came to the Veterans Commission and they pitched the idea and they asked us if we would be willing to accept a donation of like 10 homes. So then we agreed, we went into where are we gonna put these homes? People started volunteering land temporarily, we're gonna hold them. The mayor, Pete Sines, even went up there at the time to look at them. Our inspectors went over there and said that they were not, they were like sheds that they had kind of outfitted that they were calling homes for veterans, okay? They didn't have the proper plumbing, they didn't have restrooms, it wasn't adequate, it was gonna require some kind of community restroom facility. We talked about having all of the veteran services at the Veterans Commission, we've talked about it for years, having a centralized area for all the veteran services to come together so that the veterans can get served all together at once. This is part of a bigger plan, of a bigger focus, okay? So this is why I keep harping on this, because I've been involved in it. I've been on that committee for multiple years already. The idea came up that we were gonna accept them, but that we were gonna modify them. So yeah, it fell through, but the motion was always to pursue that project. And then we made a motion to give land in District 8, in the that lot that they're gonna be on, that we were gonna put that lot and we were gonna house this community there, community service, community development was gonna build the home. So that's kind of the background for the project. Now, the focus was always for veterans at that point. When did we switch from, we're gonna service for homeless transitional housing for veterans, to now anybody can apply? At what point did we talk about that?
So when it was brought to us, it was brought to us, like how you mentioned, where there was a need for land and there was this need for housing.
Right.
So we identified some land in the city, and there was this land in Lafayette that would accommodate that. Building a community center was always up and foremost, and it is part of this project. A community center that includes a laundromat, an open area that we can have like group sessions. It has 2 offices where we can have one-on-one sessions.
For veterans, that was always the focus.
Well, that's how it started. So
Okay.
yes, correct. It started as veterans and then it transitioned to even homeless veterans. Unfortunately, a lot of our federal funds, and we mentioned this in the beginning, HUD does not just, unfortunately, veterans is not a protected class under affordable housing, so you can't just put them on top of a list. When it's a homeless, sometimes the word homeless does allow that. So even the VASH vouchers, which is another component that we identified as being pivotal for housing, veterans, when they had VASH vouchers, they couldn't find housing for that. So a VASH voucher is even something that's given to someone that is a veteran that is homeless. So we saw those needs and we started putting together a plan. And yes, those homes and an MOU that was brought to council was the starting point of that. There was a lot of talk about a lot of promise of funding, but that didn't come through.
Let me stop you there. The vision from council was a certain way. The logistics on how to execute it didn't work out that way.
And we brought it back to you and explained that MOU and that donation didn't come through, and we canceled that.
Okay.
And then by approving and allowing us to set aside funds from the home funds and the home ARP money, the Home American Rescue Plan money, we were able to secure funding, which entailed make this project feasible now, but it does have to change the components. So now there had to be some units that we can't just say veterans, homeless veterans, but veterans can be a category under the homeless section of it.
Is there a way to make it that they are a priority? somehow?
Not a priority because it still says veteran families are eligible. They need to meet these requirements. So we can definitely look more into it. We didn't find a way that we can move them up. What we did find is that with having these resources and these other aspects of our community involvement in our partnerships, that like the monthly meetings that I mentioned to you, that we have a monthly meeting just to talk about our veteran homeless population, those referrals will definitely help us put them on this waiting list as soon as possible.
But the problem is that we don't have enough housing to go around, and that's the problem, is that the waiting lists are so long for all of our programs.
So, but I can assure you that our homeless veteran list hasn't been as long as all our other waiting lists.
Councilman Segarra.
Well, I was just gonna mention that there is a phase 2 to the project, and if we were to allocate funding from our next year's budget and capital improvement projects for this, then we could certainly dedicate, from I believe.
Correct. If it's not
dedicated specifically for veterans.
Well, how is it that we can dedicate specifically for veterans a year from now, but we couldn't dedicate specifically?
Capital improvement projects from the city's funding, not from HUD or federal funding.
Unrestricted federal fund, unrestricted city funds is very different from federal funds. And right now, the only way I was able to be able to make this project hold, and when I brought it to award the contract to contracted, it was only with federal funds. So I had to use 2 pots of money to make this project whole, and that pots of money do come with the HUD restrictions, and and in that we are able to assist the homeless veteran side of it. It's just not all the units will be, but as Council Member Segarra mentioned, this is just phase 1, because again, even funding, cost of construction, everything, we phased out the project. These are 9 homes. There is room to build another, I believe, 8 homes. If we were to secure some other type of funding, we could definitely see what other mechanism. Now, if they were unrestricted federal funds, then we could possibly not, be more specific to what the city would want to put those restrictions on.
Well, the conversation that we're having right now about the funding source and what that means and the restrictions, should have had that conversation when the item was presented, Mr. Nebb, when that item was brought to ask us to vote and approve a grant. We should have had that conversation then to say, if you all accept this, it's going to change the focus, and the directive was to make it for veterans. However, since we're going to use this funding source, now we're going to have to switch the scope, because I definitely would, we would have had that conversation.
And I believe that we were given the vision and the directive by council, and we made the project happen as best as we could with the resources that we had at that time. Fortunately, there isn't a lot of funding for the construction of new housing, and it's very difficult to find those avenues. And even on the veteran side, we've gone to the federal and the state level to fight for more funding, even more VASH vouchers, and even for the federal side, for veterans, there is not a lot of resources out there. And so we made what we could from what we had to still be able to assist the number of veterans we know in our community are still needed.
All right, I'll make a motion to accept it.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. All right, next item is executive session.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
For some of the directors here waiting for my items, could we possibly?
Well, Councilman King,
sure.
I think we should go into executive session first, and then they're gonna be here till 11 o'clock anyways. Motion to enter into executive session pursuant to Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. What else? 551.072, deliberations about real property. And any other matters incident thereto, and for the city attorney, city management, and any relevant staff to join us. Motion. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. We're going into executive session.
Okay, back from executive session.
We need one more.
Oh, we need one back there. That's fine. Got it?
No, not yet.
There we go. All right, back from executive session. We voted to execute the order.
No action was taken.
No action was taken, exactly.
Motion to direct staff to proceed as directed.
Second that.
To go ahead and
Motion
execute
second,
the
all
order.
in favor?
To execute the order as proposed.
Execute the order proposed, exactly. Proceed. Yes.
Yes.
Motion second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes.
Number 68,
Number six.
Councilmember Gilbert Gonzalez.
68, Councilman, go ahead.
Number 68, discussion with possible action on vehicle noise ordinance, ordinance enforcement, loud mufflers, noise enhancing devices, and any other matters thereto. I want to thank our legal department for providing me with the ordinance and just a little discussion or a small presentation with our police chief, just to see how we're going about this. I know I get some calls from the community on these loud vehicles going through our, our peaceful communities out there, right? And I just want to know, Chief, what we're, what the officers have in their vehicles to kind of take action or cite these possible noisy vehicles.
Absolutely, Councilman. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Chief Miguel Rodriguez for the record. So what we've been doing, we do have a law that prohibits anybody from modifying their muffler, right? And so their exhaust system. So when that comes to the officer, we're able to cite for unapproved equipment. And I know, like, for example, last year, January to September 30, 2024, for use of equipment not approved, we cited 1,056 times. And then for muffler violation, which is defective or loud or out by pass, is 16 citations for that for the whole year. Now, the reason that we're talking about the ordinance part, right, we're talking about loud noise and things like that, we have to have a complainant, right, to cite the person for that.
Yes.
So in other words, if somebody is complaining about somebody, for example, the neighbor, right?
Yeah.
Loud noise on the mufflers, they're always, rattling their cars. We can actually go out there and cite the person, put the noise reader, right, and then cite the person for that.
Yes, that does make sense, Chief. Usually when I get these calls, they are already pointing to, well, it's the same cars around that block or this block. So yeah, it makes sense.
Now, we do have situations where we get people complaining, calling PD, because there's always, loud noises at a specific time, right? We do go and engage at that time, and sometimes the majority of the times that we cite is because they're reckless driving or they're drag racing, right? And so that's where they hear those loud noises. But we do set up in those instances, and we do tell the public, right, go ahead and call us, we'll go and set up and then make sure that we cite it, and we need to pick up vehicles because they're racing, we'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, and for my knowledge, and I guess the rest of council, Chief, are people able to call 311 in these specific cases also?
Yes, and 2800.
Okay.
So 2800 they can call, and then that way we can engage the watch commander, and that way we can send out our patrol cars out there immediately if it's something that's happening at that point, right? But if something that it's a problem in your district, if they reach out to you, you can just provide us with information, or they can call us directly, and we'll go out and set up and do what we need to do to get this out of the way.
Great, Chief. Well, thank you, and I'm glad we posted these stats out there for the public to know that we are taking action when they bring out these issues in our
So one of the things that I will say is that we do get this complaints by large numbers that people that are next to each other that are loud mufflers, and they think it's unapproved equipment. Sometimes they do have the correct equipment. It's just that that's the reason they buy it to make it easier, they want to say. But we are going to be enforcing a lot of this because we know it's out of hand. We see a lot of cars that are just, using this type of mufflers out there. So we are going to be addressing it a little bit more aggressive, and that way we can take care of those complaints for you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Chief. I know I could have brought in this at the Public Safety Committee meeting, but these stats are great for the public to know. And also thank, Zone and his department for preparing the ordinance and bringing it out to myself. That way, we understand it a little bit better and we can explain it to the community as well.
Absolutely, Councilor.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. All right, next item.
Mayor, if I may, before we continue with Councilmember Cigarroa's item, I'd just like to motion to approve item number 2 in the consent agenda off the supplemental. Yeah. We missed that one.
I'll second that. All right, motion second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
All right. Next item would be
69, Councilmember Cigarroa.
69.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to ask to table item number 69.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. All right.
Number 70.
Number 70.
Item number 70, and I apologize for the awkwardness of being just a voice. Discussion with possible action to establish a secondary water task force to identify and pursue secondary water sources for the city's future supply, to be coordinated by city administration with staff appointments made by the city manager, and to include quarterly updates to city council. And I bring forward this item with a motion to approve and establish a secondary water task force as described, because of what I have seen happening in the Rio Grande. We all know the Rio Grande is our only source of drinking water. Last week, I visited a ranch in South Laredo, actually just south of the Webb County, Zapata County line. And I actually stood in what was the middle of the river that is now a dry riverbed in that particular part of the river, and the water is a very small channel through there just on the Mexican side. And I think that's just an indication of what the drought has caused in our river and the urgent need to find secondary water. We know that the Legacy Water Development Corporation is developing a water source in North Laredo, and I think it is great that we have an agreement with them, an MOU, and also we're participating in some of the formation of the group that will govern that area. But it can't be the only source. That water corporation is going to drill 42 wells in order to get to the amount of water that they can draw from the ground in order to make the supply that could then provide secondary water to Laredo. They are at 4 wells right now. We must begin a focus on secondary water that exists in city management, because we know that this will be a years-long, decades-long effort. So that is why I believe, instead of a focus that occurs only when there is an extreme event, or we have the water restrictions come to fore, or the boil water notice makes us stand up and realize the fragility of our water source, we really need a focused effort to find other sources of water. It is occurring all across the state. You have cities that are vying for other water sources, and we want to be at the front of the game, not left behind to find the dregs of fresh water that exist after every other city has nailed down their secondary water sources.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nib, I know I have brought this item up over and over again over the course of 4.5 years that I've been here. The last one was last year that we brought it up again. where are we now with that secondary source? Because last you and I spoke about this, we had 3 different companies that were vying for us to have contracts with them to bring water to Laredo or get us that secondary source, that third source that we've been speaking about. Where are we as far as that's concerned?
Yes, sir, and Mayor and council member and City Council, I do have Dr. Elizabeth here if you would like to see exactly where we're at. Now, Dr. Elizabeth hasn't been here with us that long yet, but we have been working continuously from even last year where we brought together. We have 3 MOUs right now with 3 different groups for secondary water. We're all aware within our water master plans that we need to make some updates within our system. We need to not be so tied to the Rio Grande for all of our water. It's to split it out there. But I'd like Dr. Elizabeth to come up and actually cover what he's been preparing for and where he's going.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. And I'm hearing Mayor, Council Member Segura on the call there, and you're right. With the climate change, I think we're going to see more drastic seasonal fluctuations, whether flooding or even actually the opposite, serious droughts. So the issue we have now is our consumption now is around 35 million gallons a day. Our maximum water rights are around 55, so we're 80% of our maximum water rights. So we're in good shape right now. The biggest concern we have is really, do we have enough resources or water resources from the Rio Grande to continue be able to support the city with its growth? As the city manager mentioned, there is a couple of projects that are going right now. One of them is Legacy. They are in very advanced stage of trying to get funding to do the drilling and secure around 5 to 6 million gallons a day. That will take a while. There is also progress with the tripartite agreement between the city of Eagle Pass and Verdi. It's a little bit long-range project, but they have a way better fresh water there, and they have way more volumes to sustain what the city needs, because honestly, even 5 million gallons is not going to cut it for the city. We need at least 30 million to 40 million gallons right now. I've been briefing the city manager and assistant city managers about the strategic plan. There is also some other potentials. I know they might be looking awkward now, but I'm also exploring the Casablanca Lake, which is a very interesting source we have. Just for everyone understanding, we produce every single day around 23 million gallons of wastewater, treated wastewater, which goes back to the river. It's of excellent quality, actually sometimes better than the river itself. So imagine that, you get 23 million gallons produced every day, goes back to the river, used by downstream municipalities or cities or even Mexico. So what happens if we use that water to put it back into the Lake Casablanca and move that water back? It's the mixing piece that goes there. Also, from social norms, you're not just treating with your wastewater, basically. I think that's probably a bold idea that I think we need to look into that, and that means better use of our wastewater there, so it doesn't just go back, and also look at all those other agreements. But generally, I just want to be clear. There is a lot of efforts that is being done today. The bigger question is, there is no one single source that I can think of right now that can provide the city with 35 million gallons or even 40 million gallons from anywhere in the near future. So as much as we have done a lot of strides moving forward, there is opportunity to think differently, including even thinking internally, in the local, in groundwater wells and so on. Recently, neighboring municipalities south, they received funding up to 170 million to drill within all their groundwater wells. McAllen, I think city of McAllen there. So as much as we're moving forward and we have a lot of progress, and we're into the project assessment now, financially and technically, there is also some opportunities for a niche out of the box thinking to secure the volumes, not just the 5 million or 6 million here or there.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Elizabeth, we've been speaking with Legacy Water now for over a year and a half, 2 years now approximately. How far along are they, or how far along are we working together for them to be getting us those 5-6 million gallons a day? Because as long as we're not depending on the Rio Grande 100%, you know, we're getting some type of supplemental water for us would help us out tremendously. And of course, downstream would help them out as well. I'm not too worried about downstream. I hate to say that, but I'm not too worried about downstream. But I want to make sure our people are good before we start, you know, passing water even further down. But how far along are we? How many would you say we're a year out, 2 years out, 3 years out? How far along are we with that company, with that one in particular?
So we've been attending every single meeting that they have so far, and they're very advanced discussion. I think we met with NAD Bank, we worked with the Corps of Engineers. They've turned every single stone that they can have to find funding. They've been, you know, talking to congressmen, you know, everywhere. So I think that the financial aspects are in a very advanced stage, and they'll let us know, because we are in those meetings with everyone. They'll let us know if they have enough critical mass to say we have enough money. That project is around $160 million of capital investment, covers the pipeline, the treatment, the desalination, all of that. If they get to that critical point, then we have, I can tell you, yes, we have momentum, but that's really, this is in like, we're in that kind of point where they're either gonna get the money or might not get the money. We don't know yet, because there's a lot of politics, a lot of financial agencies that are responsible for that.
Sure. So realistically, then, we really don't have anything on the table because they're still waiting for funding for that project.
Correct.
And then once that funding comes through, let's say it happens in the next 6 months, right? And we're praying it does. How long will it take after that to get us water?
Councilor Sigaro is correct. They're aiming for 42 wells, and each well is $4 million each. They're 3,000 meters, 3,000 feet deep. So you can imagine that is probably just to get everything shovel ready and all of that. We're looking at 2 to 3 years. Again, this is my napkin math, I guess, that we will get to something that is flowing to the city of Laredo within after 3 years, if everything gets
approved. Now, you mentioned, I'm sorry, Mayor, and you mentioned another company, with Eagle Pass.
Eagle Pass.
How far along are we with them?
We have an MOU with the Eagle Pass, and the good thing about the Eagle Pass piece is there is more volume there. They have 50 to 60 million gallons per day fresh water, better than the water we have today. But now it's that kind of agreement, and you know, the cost of that project is $500 million. It's not even 150. It's way more expensive than that, and there's a lot of water rights issue that we're working with them. So I'm already start reaching out to their director there and trying that discussion, so that we're in that kind of phase right now.
So even with Eagle Pass, we're not anywhere closer to receiving water here. We're still years out.
Yes. It's way far in the north, different municipalities that they have to come along. So I would say right now, I don't think we'll see any water flowing to Laredo in the next couple of years, if everything goes right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Neb, your input on that.
Yes, Mayor and City Council, I wanted to expand upon what Dr. Alzabet has covered and everything, at least with the pieces that I'm aware of as well too. Of course, last year we had no MOUs with any company out there at all, or any organization, any group. We have 3 of them now. We do have 2 other entities that are wanting to do MOUs. Now, our goal when we're looking at the secondary water source, we're looking at groundwater. And we're looking at the Carrizo Aquifer is the closest aquifer to us. That's why the legacy agreement is a very important agreement to us within that structure. They are working on various projects, not just their overriding project, but they are also looking at the project to serve the Colonos down on the south end as well too. We've actually amended that plan where the water will be coming through the city and going down to the Colonos to serve them. They are about 6 months out from knowing where that funding is going to be in order to help with that portion of the project. My conversation with them is that I would like to tap into their groundwater as sooner the better. And we can treat our own water. I mean, if we can work out the blending and everything, we'll bring it on down and we'll at least connect it in there. Understand that the legacy model is all based upon utilizing some of the other ranches in the area, their water rights, and connecting them all together into that one service within the legacy. So that's the intent of how that water, that's how they're going to generate the quantities that we've all been talking about. And so our goal, of course, was to get a line up there that could bring that water back. the closer to us, the cheaper the water is. And so when we look at Eagle Pass and we look at these larger regional MOUs, the water will be more expensive to get here as well too. And so the idea that we're trying to do is keep that cost as close to home as possible, which is why the legacy deal makes the most sense to us anyway, is that we can reach the Carrizo Aquifer in a lot better fashion. We also, I know that, and Dr. Alzabet hasn't gotten into it entirely yet, but we do have some groundwater rights our own, and we can begin to explore the increase of the additional water there. I think we'll run into the same boat that El Paso ran into, where they have to create the desalination plants in order to take out the brackish water.
Yep.
And so that'll be the challenge that we have with it. So I don't want to leave you with that we're far enough out, but if I answer your question with timing, if everything works right with the legacy within their funding sources, we would be at least a year and a half out of receiving that water. We could potentially trigger it faster by us extending our own line to bring it down. So we have different options to consider within that model. We're just trying to take it step by step within that process.
Can I just interject a little bit in here, Mayor? Thank you. And I think there's a million questions to be asked about everything, the processes, the cost, our own ability to survive with our own water without being dependent on anybody else. You mentioned the lake. Obviously, it's going to have to get dredged to comply with the amount of water you want to put in there. So there's a million things that I'd like to propose that if which I agree 100% with Councilwoman Cigarroa, to put this task force together and create an action plan, a goal-oriented action plan in that we can all take score together. And watch us through the whole process over a timeline of 3, 5, 6, 8 years, and make sure that we're all headed in the right direction. And the reason I say that is because I think a lot of the times these action items are going to come in, then we forget about it for 6 months, and then come back in again 6 months, and then we kind of lose track of where we're at least up here. And I'm proposing that we probably set up a workshop as to how we're going to do this. And we can discuss it ad nauseum if we want to, but that we have an action plan in place. And I think I might speak for everybody here, but I think that those action plans are incredibly necessary, especially with something this important to put together. And like I said, any time that we have something like that, so we can all keep score, we can all see exactly where we're going, where we're at that particular moment. And I think that would be the way to approach this.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Garza on this. Like, no one needs to get their feelings hurt over this item, you know? I think the point is, we know things are getting done, movement is happening, but a lot of times it takes these agenda items to come up, as was mentioned, for all 9 of us to get the information consistently, you know. And actually, we previously, and actually the council before us came on, there was supposed to be a utilities update every single meeting, and secondary water being a part of that. With the previous director, it kind of became just kind of one of those to-do lists where you just check it off and it just kind of did it, and we left, like, I think, meaningful, utilities updates, which so far Dr. Alzabet has done that. I'm saying the reason why I agree with Councilmember Garza is that I think we need more consistent updates, and I think the public also expects that. So.
Mayor, and one of the questions I will have for you is whether or not we need a separate secondary water task force, or we utilize the utility committee or the commission that we've already established. By the way, when it was established, it was meant for secondary water, and they expanded, the council previous expanded their duties. We can make it a standing order for that utility committee to have that secondary water in there, and then we can do the quarterly updates for sure.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm getting deja vu because I think we've already had this conversation before.
We have.
We already talked about this, didn't we?
We did.
And what was the motion back then? It's like coming up again. It keeps coming back. People keep saying, like, you're not prioritizing secondary water. We are. It's just, it's going to be more expensive. We already have several sources, and we talked about this, that we don't need another committee. We had options. I don't know if you all remember what the motion was, but we keep having this come back about funding this other committee. I think we just go with the Utilities Commission. I think we just revert back to the previous motion when this came up a couple months ago.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this idea of making a task force and having it be staffed with city staff, with utilities, with engineering, with people who have a little bit more knowledge about not only what an action plan like Councilmember Garza was talking about, what an action plan would actually need in order to move from step 1 to step 20, and with actionable items at the end of that. I think relying on dedicated citizens who may or may not have any expertise in this area and don't have the continuity that staff have within our departments is why secondary water seems to be this item that becomes important and fades away and becomes important and fades away. And perhaps it was because of 2 directors previously when the utilities director would bring up the item, sound like he was actually doing something, and really we didn't have good plans. I appreciate the fact that Dr. Alzabet is talking about the MOUs that are existing and looking for more, but as Councilmember Garza made clear, those are not actionable plans. And I think we need the expertise of our city staff and the longevity of people who are in departments to focus on this item to make sure we get that actionable plan. So if the Utilities Commission wants to assist and help, that's great, but we can't rely on citizens to take care of a city basic function, and that is to secure a future water supply for Laredo. And that is why I have brought up this item in this way, that it exists as a dedicated force within our city departments so that we can keep getting updated and people are tasked with working on those actionable plans.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I think, go ahead. She answer.
So, my question to you, Dr. Alzabet, do you meet up with your committees often? Or that's what we're trying, Ms. Cigarroa, Councilman Cigarroa? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Are we trying to divert ourselves from the committee that the city already has, the committee of the utilities? And we can't use that utility committees to look for the secondary water source?
Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
So that committee originally, many years ago, was envisioned to be the Secondary Water Source Finding Committee. It didn't develop like that. Okay. And so now you do have well-meaning citizens on there, but their expertise is necessarily looking outside the city for secondary water, what that looks like, what other cities have done. The city of Phoenix has 5 different water sources, for example, because they live in a desert and they have had problems about having to limit growth because of the lack of water. If we don't put it in staff it with people who are more knowledgeable and also who are held to account within their jobs in city departments like engineering, like utilities, how do we expect an actionable plan to be developed? Putting it on citizens who have great hearts, and I'm sure some of them have particular knowledge, but a citizen committee is not the same as a dedicated task force made up of members of different departments, an interdepartmental task force that can really dedicate time and effort to address this need for our city's future.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
so my question to you, so are we trying to fund it, or is it gonna be volunteers of people that are engineers are coming in and sitting down and we just need to do the coalition? What is it? Are we trying to fund it and pay them to go out there, and to get together and do this conversation? So where they're gonna get this secondary water source, which I think Dr. Acevedo is already looking for the secondary, and I think the other third sources, and then he's already doing that, and getting with his utility committee, which I don't know if you have found quorum the past 4 months, I don't know if you've met up. But if you do that, I think we can do that approach first after we exhaust that within the next month and a half. Maybe I don't know how fast we can start looking for the secondary water source, because it's an issue. Now it's becoming an issue that we don't have that secondary water source. I know you're doing a great job. I commend the utility department, because I know that there's interruptions of water. There's interruptions of all these sources, and changing the new lines from going from from steel going to, I think, to the other. I'm sorry?
The PVC.
Up to PVC. And I know that they're working hard, they're working long hours, but the secondary water source is something we got to start doing. We got to start looking for a new infrastructure, because as you can see, City of Laredo is growing, and it's growing fast.
Yes.
And for us to be having this conversation of just being there, or we're gonna have meetings, or we're gonna make a coalition, or we're gonna get out together, that's already in the past. That should have been done yesterday, not today. Right now, you have a committee, and this is my opinion, and I'm not trying to go all haywire. I'm just saying that we have to start moving as fast as the city is growing, because I think we're staying behind. Our South Laredo, the District 2, is growing to the south, enormously, thanks to the developers, thanks to the community that want to start moving out there. We have other sources. We want to bring the economic development side. We want to bring restaurants. Our infrastructure is not there. We don't have that infrastructure. We don't have the secondary water source. How can we promote and say we want facilities that come to Laredo and grow? How are we going to grow if we don't have the secondary water source? We can barely do it for we're doing it for our community, but we don't have enough to go out there and say, well, we're growing, having this facilities built. Come and join us. Come to Laredo. How if our infrastructure is not ready? That's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to find out, Dr. Acevedo, and are we going to start getting with our committees and start asking them for advice, or do you already have a plan? Where's the plan for the secondary water? So maybe you already went over it. I was hearing it. You were going over it. But how far into it are you in?
So let me differentiate between a few things. Number one, current consumption and growth, development. And as I mentioned, we are at 80% of our maximum water rights. We produce around 35 million, and our maximum rights are 55 million gallons a day. Our plants, both plants, Jefferson and El Pico, can produce up to 90 million. So from an industrial point of view, we have enough capacity, even with extra source, to use. So in good shape from an infrastructure piece. To answer your first question, from a water resources management, growth right now is manageable at least for the next 5 to 7, 8 years, because as I said, we're 80% below our maximum. Number two, our water losses in the network right now is 10%. So by just improving the pipelines, modernizing them, we can actually save those 10 million or less to support the growth if we have to go there. So, and we still can also buy more water rights if we have to go there. I think the challenge that we are all worried about is twofold. Not today, not in the next 10 years, it's the long term from 2 points of view. Number one, emergency. A major hurricane, a major big issue that could produce a lot of flooding into the river could basically disrupt our operations. If it goes to 20,000 NTUs, basically it's mud, so we can't push this to the, so we have one source right now, which is the river. So the thinking is normally, number one, do we have secondary source to keep the city has some water, at least 10 million, a quarter or a third of what we have. So that emergency thinking help us to understand the legacy project, the MOUs and other projects. But on the long term, if we're gonna go into a secondary source, we need to know that if we're looking at around $500 million to $1 billion, we might get there. It's going to take some time. So I don't want to trigger the panic mode because we're in good shape. But the answer to the second question, yes. As much as I'm busy now putting fires, maybe on the water side, I've read every page of the master plans. I am aware of that. We're reaching out to our partners. I think I'm just trying to say is I am on it, on top of it. I might need some time to get to a point where I can come back with confidence to say to you, legacy is going to work or it's not going to work. Forget about this or that's going to work. I don't want to give you false assumptions and spend another few years and we're not there. I think what I just need more time to assess really the other options, even including Casablanca. I know the dredging piece, but I'm thinking now differently. We have 22 million every day. We can use that. So that could give us unlimited, we can be for another 50 years on the same water that we produce today.
That's Casablanca?
The Casablanca. Right. But that means we have to work with the state departments, the environmental groups and all of that to ensure that we can use that as a mixing lake. And it will improve the aquatic of that lake, it will improve the quality of the lake, and at the same time, continuous supply. Right. And it's the closest thing for us. The legacy is, I think, 15 miles. The other one, the Verdi, is 110 miles. The lake is like in the backyard of Laredo.
Mr. Neb, I have a question for Mr. Neb. What tools do we have or have we created to assist with this situation? Maybe you could bring us updates that you can create some tools, or have created any tools?
Mayor, yes, and our water master plan covers this in great detail, and actually the previous 3 water master plans still cover this in great detail. If I can recommend within that, if I'm going to interpret what Councilmember Cigarro is looking for as well too, and it sounds like one is to keep this on a priority, keep it on the front burner, not the back burner of the stove. And I think everybody here would be in agreement for that. What I would like to do is, and I think her idea of I'm expecting that it is a secondary water task force built out of staff members. If I'm interpreting that correctly, I have the best person to put in charge of that, and that's Mr. Chavez. As an assistant city manager, he's looking forward to this now, as I tell him. But we can utilize the city administration, we can utilize the utility department, and I think as we talked about that, the planning and somebody that has a planning background and everything. So I will put together a task force of about 6 staff members in order to create this secondary water task force, make it a primary issue that's on the front burner all the time rather than the back burner. And then we can provide those quarterly updates as we move forward. A lot of this stuff moves fast for a little bit and then it kind of stops for a little bit because it's based upon a lot of different variables. And so I want to make sure that we bring it forward. What I've liked about Dr. Alzabet's background with what he's looked at, our water master plan still stays strong. There's going to be, we need additional elevated storage. We need additional storage of water within our system. We need to reuse our water properly, and we need another source. And I think all those 3 things are going to be primary within that. But so I'd recommend that if I'm reading what Councilmember Cigarro is saying correctly, we'll put that together underneath the responsibilities of one of our assistant city managers.
Right. And the updates to the council would be beneficial, just
and yes, sir.
We're at.
Yes, sir. That's what we would do.
All right, go ahead, Councilman.
I disagree that we haven't been focused on this. I mean, we've been going to Austin for many years to lobby. Every time we go to the Texas Water Development Board, their instruction to us is very clear. Create a regional committee, create a regional task force, approach us at a regional level, get together with your partnering cities, and bring us a plan so that we can fund a regional project, because secondary water, this is a statewide nationwide, in some cases, issue. This is not something, we're lucky that we have the Rio Grande. Not a lot of cities in Texas don't have that. So this is not an isolated thing like Laredo's dropping the ball and we're not paying attention. We are. It's just cheaper for us to provide water from the Rio Grande than it is for us to provide it through other sources. We've identified multiple potential secondary water sources. I think Mr. Alzabet needs time to, he's still getting situated. The previous director used to have they hosted regional meetings here at least once or twice. I think our efforts are better spent building coalitions with our surrounding communities than having staff micromanaged to the point that they're already stretched out thin. I'm sure Mr. Chavez already has 1,000 things to do. We can probably identify 1,000 things that aren't getting done. I'm not sure this is the best use of our resources. I know that they are working towards other sources. If we want to make it a priority, I agree with that. I just don't agree with us forming a task force that's an additional duty on top and above all the other duties that we have to say that we're not focusing on something that I believe we are. And if we're not, then of course we should continue to focus on it. But I'm not sure pulling employees that we're not doing this into this. I mean, I think maybe Mr. Alzabet can give us a plan on how he best thinks we should tackle this and give him some wiggle room so he can work as a director and not stop bombarding him with stuff and then later on hold it against him when other things aren't getting done because he's over here struggling to keep up with us telling him what to do.
Mayor, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to correct, Dr. Alzabet, one thing that you said, which was that essentially we will be able to draw all of this water from the Rio Grande. I think what Dr. King, Councilmember Lisa Cigarro, and I found when we attended a water meeting down in the valley at McAllen from the then director of the International Boundary and Water Commission was that the Rio Grande cannot be relied on to provide the same amount of water in the future that it provides us now. We know that because of climate change, the Devils River and the Pecos River that primarily provide for the Rio Grande and the United States side has decreased in quantity the amount of water they provide to the Rio Grande. And that is real cause for concern. So while our projections are based on what we're drawing now and looking to the future, still relying on that amount, and also on water rights, which it's already overly applied, those water rights, we do have to face a future where the Rio Grande will not supply the same amount of water that it does. And so there is some urgency. These plans, these actionable plans, they will take years to develop. The sources that we're looking at will take years to develop. And so if we don't advocate for our city and we don't continue to push on this issue, then I do believe it can get lost in the weeds. And we can't rely on other cities to make that regional plan. We have to lead it, because we are wholly dependent on the Rio Grande, not like other cities, even in our same region are. And we have to look toward the future of Laredo. And that is why I think a task force is more serious and more committed and will exist in an administration that will continue for decades. And that is why it's proposed on the table.
And one of the things I tend to agree with that, other cities downstream have different needs than we do. Been in conversation with border mayors, with Alliance of Border Mayors, and we talk about this. I think if we think of the needs being different, maybe utilities can give us a plan to work on. So I think we need to focus on what our needs are first, and thinking about the whole valley.
Can I start or?
Yes.
Okay. Who was first? Can we say something first?
You got it, Councilmember Garza.
Okay, so just wanted to reiterate, look, the whole idea is not that people are not doing their job. The whole idea is to fine tune it to be focused completely at any given day. It doesn't have to be, that's why it's a quarterly report, just to keep us online and so much what we are. As it is, you said right now that, give you a little bit of time to put something together and everything. I know you're overwhelmed, and it's going to continue to happen, especially with this issue in front of us. I'm not saying that task force for me will be forever, but we do have to establish and create some critical minds together to put that action plan together that I don't know anything about. Mr. Knapp just said we had 3 water plants already in place. I know we're every day that goes by, things can change that we might not be aware of and might affect the action plan that you have in place. I am not aware of any other city that might not have, maybe other cities do have this type of, think tanks as to what else we can do. You're the first person that actually, I like the idea that you just came up with right now, or I don't know if it's been already in the forefront of your conversation with everybody else about why are we having to go 110 miles so we can get it right here in our backyard. And that creates some other ways of thinking and how we're gonna get there and all that kind of stuff. But I think it'll be a little bit selfish to drop everything on your shoulders, right? I think if we divide the action plan into several people, then you come together, you meet, you give us, and that's why I was saying in the form of a workshop, quarterly or semi-annually, where we're all in line, and like I said, where we all can keep scores to what we're doing. As the days go and move forward, the focus on this is going to become sharper and sharper and sharper. And I don't want us to go through this conversation 2 years from now when, and tackle that. We don't have enough internal function in here to help us focus on the task at hand. In other words, for me personally, I want to be able to say at any given moment, 6 months from now, we are going to be here. We're working on these MOUs. We're working on the four items that you talked about. And just a simple task force report that just tells us here we are. The public can hear that. I think everybody will be rest assured to think that, okay, those guys are taking care of it. And I know they are because this is happening. So it doesn't have to be an elaborate, you guys got to meet every 8 hours. And I don't think it's going to be quite honest with you. And I'll eat my hat if I think that it's going to create one more second a day for you to do this job that you can't put in your regular work day.
All right, go ahead.
So thank you. And again, I will leave the decision on how this looks to collective wisdom of the council, so I won't get into that. But the only thing I want to say is we have a short-term challenge and a long-term one. While we think of a secondary source that satisfies the needs of the city on the long term, we need to think, and that came from my previous experience, it's just a matter of when, not if, that there will be one day a natural disaster, whether it's a hurricane or flood, a contamination, that the river will not be accessible for a short period of time. Just nature of things, like anything in life. And in that point, we will have a city of 250,000 that has no water there. My goal right now on the short term, and I'm working with them, my boss basically is, now you'll hear soon that we're working with the Corps of Engineers on the $26 million grant that we were given to connect the Alpico plant with the Jefferson. So if one goes down for whatever reason, the city can live on one plant, so we're not in a kind of paralysis. So that takes care of the mechanics. But on the short term, in an emergency situation right now, we do not have any other source. And that's what we also need to think of from a mindset. While we find the right volume, we need also to be worried about the quality itself. That is going to be one day an issue to secure, even if we have the full flow of the river and it's flooding, but we cannot use that water for that short period. And normally these things happen and you cannot get to the river for 45 days, 30 days before the suspended source goes down. So we just need to think about those issues as well, beyond just the secure secondary source for the city.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
With all that said, I would like to move to establish a secondary water task force to identify and pursue secondary water sources for the city's future supply, to be coordinated by city administration with staff appointments made by the city manager, and to include quarterly updates to city council.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, next item.
71.
We're on 71.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Should hopefully be, this is just a quick update from Parks and Engineering we've been working on the Divine Mercy pickleball courts, going on. We had monthly meetings essentially since February, just trying to get a update to what it's going to take to get us across the finish line.
Good evening, Elias de los Santos for the record. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Yes, we met with Parks Director, and then we met with Public Works, Don Fila. So actually, Public Works staff is at the moment started this week working at the parking lot for the Divine Mercy.
Thank you. And yeah, for the public, we didn't want to add these pickleball courts at Divine Mercy without proper parking. We already have parking issues there from the overflow from the church. We do have an MOU with the church that allows us to for the public to park there, but even that's still not enough, especially when there's a mass or a church event. So I believe Mr. Fila is adding approximately 45 parking spots. But as far as on budget, are we any missing monies as it relates to budget for parking lot and the 6 new pickleball courts there?
Yeah. Mr. Gomez, you're on.
You're the money guy.
We have a variety of sources that we're using, park improvement fees, private donation,
Yes, sir.
district priority funds, but just want to.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, JJ
This was more
Gomez.
for the public, but Laredo Morning Times just left. Thanks, Dave. Yeah.
JJ Gomez, City of Laredo Parks Director. In to answer your question, I got a couple of slides here real quick so I can show you on the update here on the pickleball court. Let's see. There's a couple of pictures that were taken this morning. There's a parking lot. We're doing the three-color tennis is right now as we speak. Starting tomorrow, we'll be putting the floors down. They are scheduled to be finished probably middle of next week. After that, we got Moscow Lighting coming in on October the 17th. The lights will be arriving. After that, it'll take LED Electric about 2 weeks, which will take us right into the beginning of November to install the Moscow Lighting and have that ready to go by the end of probably beginning of November, second week of November. Mr. Fila said we'll be doing the parking lot there. There is a big need for parking. If you drive by in the afternoons, it's not only that just pickleball courts, but people are also using the multi-purpose fields especially right now with the Boys Club, using for flag football games there. And the funding, as you can see here, let me see, there you go. We have $550,000 that was donated from Mr. Beto Gutierrez. We used $180,886 out of that donation to add phase 2 of the ADA park at North Central Park. So what was left over, $369,000. Everything you see here, the concrete rebar, the concrete fencing, the windscreen, the amenities, the resurfacing of the tennis courts, Moscow Lighting, the locks, and the pending parking and sidewalk came out to a total of $485,900. So getting those $485,900 plus the money that was left over from the donation of the $369,133, we were negative $116,770. From below that, you can see the park improvement fees from Crown Ridge, Las Palmas, Coves, Northcrest, San Angel. We have a total of $82,423. With that total from the $16,000 right above it, we're short $34,347, which $35,000 will be coming from discretionary funds, which leaves us with a positive of $652.25 to complete this project. So there was your funding. That's where the funding will come down. Hopefully we're on task and we will get everything ready to go.
And for Mr. Chavez, who's one of the biggest pickleball fanatics of Laredo, when can we expect these to be open for the public?
Ready for the public, second week of November.
Okay.
Ready for the public.
We'll hold you to it.
So that's, we're getting, as like the Misael from Three Color Tennis will be putting the floor down. Next one will be Moscow Lighting. October 17th, they'll be arriving in Laredo, and LED will be getting right up, going after that. So we're looking the second week of November. The parking lot, that's I don't know about that, but the actual courts itself, I'll pass the baton to.
I don't want to open the pickleball courts unless they have, unless the parking's ready, because I just know it's going to bring a lot of extra demand to the area. So,
right.
Mr. Affiliate, can the parking lot be finished by then, or does it need more time?
November, second week of November.
We're in October. You want it by the second week of November? To begin with, we would have started this week, got advanced more, but due to the project of the overlay of the pickleball court, that's going to take a week and a half, so that's going to delay us too. And I can't, weather permitting, rains, this, that, can't work on the field, so no, I cannot. We're working on it. We'll get it out pretty quick.
Thank you, guys. No, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, exciting. Okay, item 72. This is an update request for a few weeks ago, August 18th. We passed a motion to go out for a request for proposal for an asphalt preservation program. It was for $2 million from old street paving money, and then to maximum of $3 million if district party funds wanted to come in for that. And I know city engineering is working on that. So just how exactly are we going to go about picking the streets? Or do we need to pick the streets in advance, or does the company that ends up getting this come in and decide which streets, or what's the engineering plan for that?
So the plan is, just to update you, the RFPs are already out for advertisement. Our plan is to have them open on November 7th. What we did, we got the last streets that Public Works had paved from their list, evaluated each street, and created, I guess what we call a tentative layout of streets throughout all 8 districts. But that's going to give us the opportunity to adjust as necessary based on the conditions once we select a contractor.
Because here's my question is, let's say there's a street that was paved 9 years ago, but it's in horrific condition because of a water issue or something, and it doesn't qualify for this asphalt preservation program. But there's a street that was paved 15 or 20 years ago, and it's still actually in good condition, and it would qualify for this asphalt preservation program. So that's where I don't want to put ourselves in a box where we only put out the streets that have been resurfaced in the last 10 years, when actually there might be some streets that are older that could qualify, but they weren't included in the RFP. So that's my question. Would that be an issue, or would whoever gets this contracts have the flexibility to identify other streets?
Yes, they'll have the flexibility to change the streets and move it as needed, or as we see with Public Works input, we'll change streets. Like you said, if there's older streets that haven't gotten paid in years, which especially some of the neighborhoods that are small, they only have like one egress and egress.
Right.
They don't create a lot of traffic, so those tend to be more in better shape. So we can identify those, and then we can move with the money that we have and the quantities that we're gonna have in the RFP. We can make those changes.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear the RFP's already out. So,
yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Anything? Yeah. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Item 74, discussion with possible action to have a directive report generated and updated after each council meeting, apart from the meeting minutes, with status to include pending directives and any other matters incident thereto. I think it's important for us to have access.
72 or 74?
74.
74, sorry.
To us to have access to this information. A lot of us are always wondering, when did this come on? When did we give this directive? When did we talk about this? So my motion is just going to be to have staff, city manager, either city secretary or somebody from staff generate a report with the directives that were given at every council meeting, update it after every council meeting, and then include it in the Friday packets every Friday for us to have access to, or after every council meeting for us to have access to the directives list. That's my motion.
Motion, second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Item 75, discussion with possible action on the Los Martinez lighting project and any other matters incident there too. I'd like to give my constituents an update, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I would just want to remind the public that the Los Martinez project was something I put on my first council meeting on my first term, so back in 2021. It took a long time to get that brought to the community, and it's been about a year or so that we've been trying to get them lighting. So when are we going to be able to get them lighting, and why haven't we been able to get it done so far?
I guess if I may update on the Los Martinez park lighting, Elidro Santos for the record. So we're going to be having a bids opening on October 8th. We had met previously with Park in July to look at the project, and then we established the timeline before you. We originally had this project opening up bids last Friday, but we had several contractors issue some questions that we had to address, so we have to give them a little bit of time as far as to look at our responses and provide the appropriate bids for them to submit. As far as the timeline before we met with Parks, I don't know, JJ, you want to?
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Update her on that?
Yeah. Good evening, JJ Gomez, Parks Director. So we met with engineering back in June of this year, June 13 of this year. We went out for bids. We went out for bid a couple of times. Was January the 2nd. We went out for bids, and we came in a bid of 168,000, which was over what we were anticipating.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
You mean June of 2024? Because you went out for bids in January.
We went out for bids in January of this year, 2025.
Right.
We brought in engineering this year of 2025.
Well, we've been talking about this project since last year.
Right.
At least over a year. We went out for bids.
We went out for bid in January we went out for bid November the 5th of 2024. Nobody responded to what I have here on the.
Yeah, well, because the scope of the work was very elaborate, is what I understand.
Right, that's correct.
So this kind of, Mr. Knapp, this kind of goes back to one of the issues that I keep bringing up, is that we submit RFQs or RFPs and we're so specific on what we're looking for that people don't bid because, and if they do bid, they're charging us a lot of money because they're the only ones that meet the criteria. Then we had the discussion with engineering and then modified the requirements, and apparently now we're barely going to go out again, which is almost a year later. By the time we get a bid, by the time we get approval, we're talking a whole year gone by. This project just keeps dragging on, and I'm glad to see that Dr. King's pickleball courts are getting moved on schedule, but I've got people in Los Martinez on a project that's been going on for over 5 years. They can't walk at night because it's too dark, and we've got the money. Then we talk about, well, if we don't spend the money, the money's gonna expire and this and that. Well, I can't spend the money because it takes a year just to get to a point where I can actually appoint the money to somebody. And then when we do get to that point, we have to come up with more money because it's more expensive. I mean, this is just not working. And the reason I have it on the agenda is I want people to see that, because people keep asking me, where's the lighting? And I'm like, I'm sorry, but it's coming. It's the same thing that I was telling those same people for 4 years before we were able to finalize that project altogether and get a place where they could actually have a recreational facility, a place that, all it is a basketball court and a walking trail and some other little amenities. They're very grateful, but they can't use it at night because it's too dark. And here we are putting out RFQs and we're going out for this and we're putting out bids and nobody's bidding. And then we find out that it was overly broad and, I mean, it's just, I don't understand what we're doing. It's just, it's not working.
Go ahead, Councilman. And this one, I do agree with Councilman Perez, seeing that we're trying to build the projects, and it's not that we're trying to put pressure on the engineering or any of our staff, it's just that we're trying, they're putting pressure on us, letting us know, hey, we asked you, we talked about this 2 or 3 years ago. I'm just saying, we met the sidewalks. Well, last year, but God willing, I'm just saying sidewalks before we get John over here and say, I get your sidewalks done. But the sidewalks, we do get them done real quick. But there's projects that we need them to move on faster. Like, hey, if we ask for something, give us a time frame. I'm seeing this, and right now, Mr. De Los Santos, did you do this? Or,
schedule?
Yeah, the schedule.
Schedule, yes, sir.
I like the schedule, because it tells you when you started. I guess it's the other way around, but it tells you when it started, when it started, and it's, right now you're going out for bids. It gives you a time frame. And we can't even use that time frame, because we have it in our phones. We go back and say, okay, so they're out for bid. So just give us a minute. It will take about a month or less than a month, and we can tell our bosses out there, which is the community, tell them, well, sir, well, give us a month. They're already out for bid. This should be getting done within 2 or 3 months. The project will start in a month, and then it'll be done in about 3 or 4 months, or maybe less, right? But you give them a time frame, and that's something that we can, not defend ourselves, but we can accountability to the public. So, Mr. Santos, I just want to say thank you for this, and I know you have a lot of work. I know you're just coming in and everything's been piled, but I do agree with Councilman Perez that we do need to be on top of the new projects. Besides the old projects that are already done, to add more to that list, it's it doesn't make sense to me and say, oh, let's start eliminating the projects that are pending and then let's start moving forward.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
And I agree with Councilman Rangel that it is nice to see the schedule like this. However, there's a lot more dates that are before this that didn't, I think it's before you got here. And I know, Mr. Gomez, you're trying to handle a lot of different projects and everything, and I understand that. However, it is important to see, when did this project get passed at council, and kind of work them in order as much as possible, because it seems like there's a lot of jumping around, and then certain projects somehow end up at the bottom. And I don't know if that's what's going on or not, but we just need a better way to get things done. What is the project? How are we going to get it done? And not, well, it's because we went out for RFQs and then nobody bid, and then this, and then why not? And it's just like a never-ending story. And it's, some of these times it's project after project.
If you don't mind, I want to make a motion of getting an update every month on the new projects that we placed, and just to give an update and see where we're at in those projects and how many projects we have finished.
Mayor, if I may, I'll second it for discussion.
Is that a motion?
No, it's just second for discussion.
Okay.
I don't know if that's related to the motion I made on the other one of the directives. You want this to be project specific?
Yeah, project specific.
Similar to what we have in the Friday packet?
Yes.
Or more, more in order?
More in order, I think.
Maybe just
Yeah,
to
more in order.
expound on the Friday packet project list by district, and maybe do it in order of the project assignment.
Okay.
So we can see when this project was assigned, what percent it's complete, kind of like how they do it at the MPO when they give us updates on projects. They tell us the percent completed, how much money it was. They have a good format. If you look at the format they have there.
Go ahead.
And it gives you a timeline.
I'm not just saying just not only for parks, I mean for all the projects, Mr. De Los Santos. If it's a sidewalk, if it's fixing of drainage or all those projects, so we can have them categorized and, for, maybe you can put it in district just to know where we at with those projects, how far we at, and if we already started with just having a schedule like this, the meeting with Parks for July 1st, if you can give us a schedule for every project you're doing, that'll be something that I think my colleagues and I would appreciate.
Mayor, if I could just jump in a little bit, and I'll ask Mr. Chavez as well too. Mr. Chavez, we were going to have all of these projects out on the dashboard on our website. Are they out there currently?
They are. I don't know how long they've been updated, but we do provide that information that we're talking about right now as they progress on the Friday packet, and I can provide those details just for additional information. But there is a list of all the projects by the engineering department with a bar graph that shows you the percentage of the design, if they're out on bid or construction.
So Mayor, and building off of what Councilmember Rangel was asking for as well too, we can provide that information in a lot of different formats to you if that's what you need for the city council. So, thank you.
Mayor, there's a motion, but I just want to ask, did you all have anything else to present on the Los Martinez? So once we have, did we get the RFQs?
We open up on Wednesday, tomorrow.
I know, but we had an issue with people not bidding. Did we correct?
If you want to
Yes,
talk, what
so,
you want this for?
From my understanding, part of the not the issue, but the high cost was that we're in the floodplain. So there's a special permit that you have to apply, or you have to apply with the planning department. That tends to add cost, because whoever bids out as a contractor has to hire someone to get that process. So what we ended up doing with Helping Parks is we engineering department took care of that part to help alleviate some of the costs that we anticipate to be part of the construction. What we also ended up doing is, I think the original plan was to have 20 lights throughout the whole park. So that way we're not going back and forth, because if maybe they come up too high. We did an alternate where we reduced that to have 10. So what we're gonna do is go out for bid. We went out for bids for 20. If the bids are too high, we have a deductive alternate where we only do 10 for now, kind of like phasing it out with phase 1. And then if it's only 10, we'll go back if there's the funding to do phase 2. But we do have for 20 and for 10, depending on the cost.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
But this is going to become a Char Ruthinger situation where, well, you only have half, so we're going to give you half a project, but then it's not going to be adequate, and then it's just going to be worse to add them later, where it's better to just do them all up front.
They're all there, but the thing is, if we anticipate like the previous bid, they came out too high. We don't want to go back and go through this whole process of rebidding. So we put a deductive alternate where if it's too high, we can deduct half of it and build 10, but leave all the prep work, all the wiring and all the cabling, just take out the 10 poles. So we'll install those 10, and then if we come back for a phase 2, we can do those 10. It all depends on the cost. If the cost is right where we're at, with the funding that we have, we'll build all 20.
Okay. All right, Mayor, well, I think Councilman Rangel has a motion on the table. Thank you.
You have a motion.
You have a motion?
It's already the motion.
All right.
I'll call for the question.
All right, motion second, call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed. Thank you.
Mayor, we're on supplemental,
You're right, Mayor, number 3.
I don't know if we did a intro or something on the supplemental.
Yes, I already did the introductory, and then the consent agenda, we approved that as well. We're on number 3.
Number 3.
Your item, Mayor, in the supplemental.
Let's see, where are we here?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to actually bring back this intro ordinance from the supplemental item 1.
All right. Second?
Yeah.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed. Number 1, recognitions.
No, it's on intro ordinance, Mayor. I think that, I think that this item has a lot of changes that we haven't discussed. And I think that the council would probably benefit from a rundown on this. I don't know if we would have time to discuss it at the workshop we're having on Wednesday, and if not, I think we should probably schedule some kind of meeting where we can go over the implications on this, because we're making changes in line with the procurement law. increasing the amount that can be spent from 50,000 to 100,000 without council action. And I have some concerns with doing that. So I was actually going to bring this up to a request that we have either a workshop or that we discuss it in more depth before we pass it. So if we can, Mayor, I'd like to motion that we either send this to a workshop or discuss it at the workshop on Wednesday.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor? What was a request to discuss it here or at the workshop?
At the workshop, Mayor.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Number 3, discussion with possible action setting 500-foot setback standards for future construction of gas stations near schools and residential areas due to the issue involving benzene exposure, a human carcinogen that research had linked to negative health outcomes like childhood cancers.
Mayor, if I may, I attended that P&Z meeting. This proposed ordinance has to go through P&Z because it's amending the land use code. There was some public comments and the ordinance. The matter was tabled so the ordinance can be refined, and I believe that's being worked on with the P&Z and with the legal so that it can go back through the P&Z Commission.
All right, so we'll bring it back.
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for making this one of your supplemental items. And I brought up this last year, and yeah, it did go to P&Z, but it's just kind of died. And I know this has also been brought up by some UISD trustees who have concerns about new construction that could be built near schools. I also know that we have I think the point of this is for new construction or new things, obviously would, grandfather in anything that's currently there, any other current business. But so would the motion be to push it? Because so far we've been waiting and it hasn't come. So do we need a motion to push it back to P&Z to bring it to their agenda?
That's fine.
Okay.
That way we'll get it done within the next 1 or 2 P&Z meetings.
Okay, so that'll be the motion.
All right, so we'll be just informed of how long it's going to take, more or less?
Within 30 days, back
30
to P&Z within 30 days.
All right, okay, thank you. All right.
Well, it can be a directive, it's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
All right, next item.
Mayor, my item is discussion with possible action to reaffirm City Council's policy-making role and responsibilities and to request the city manager create procedures that limit changes in existing policy and procedures without council approval and any other matters incident thereto. I'm bringing this item because it seems like there's a little blurring of the distinction between the role of council and the role of management. Long story short, we just need to make sure that everybody in the organization knows that council's the one that sets the vision, council's the one that sets the direction. We've heard talks of so-and-so's vision or so-and-so's directive or so-and-so's, plans. Council's the one that sets the plans. Management's the one that executes the plans. And when we say management, we mean the city manager. That's the relationship, council above the city manager. It's not here at the same level, council, then city management, then the rest of the organization. I think that's important because it's difficult for us to do our job, providing oversight, providing certain things that we need to do when there's confusion and you've got people within the organization that are trying to be policymakers and not execute the directive and the vision of the council. So I do have a motion to go along with this. I'm pretty sure my colleagues might want to chime in. I don't want to get too specific on things. We could probably have a discussion at the workshop about it. Zone, would that be appropriate?
Yes, you talking about the one on Wednesday?
Yes.
Yes, as far as no action can be taken because, the agenda's already been set, but.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion tonight, but there are things that we do probably need to discuss.
No, I meant at the workshop.
We can talk about them,
We
right?
can talk about it, yes.
So, Mayor, before we open the floor for discussion, I would like to make a motion that falls in line with the city charter to create a policy that when there is an absence of a policy or a gray area or something that needs to be changed, that to direct the city manager to bring to city council for discussion and directive and any other matters incident thereto.
Motion second.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not done, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
I just think that it needs to be clear that we don't have a policy for every scenario, for every situation, but I don't think it's right to say, well, there isn't a policy, so we went ahead and made a policy. Or there isn't or there's a set of guidelines, but we do things this way, and it's happened before when we've talked about, well, how did you score and how did you do this? You're bringing items to council, you're asking us to approve a contract, and you're changing the RFQs and you're setting a vision or you're setting an idea or a policy for the city, and you're asking us to either approve or deny when we should be the ones to agree or to approve the vision. It goes back to the conversation I had about the tiny homes. We had a vision, it was for veterans, and now it's still a good project, but it's not what the council had originally directed. That wasn't the original plan. And that's happens a lot, is that we set a plan, we set a vision, and it gets executed in some other way, and then it just leads to a rabbit hole of questions on why and how and this and that. So, Mayor, that's my motion.
All right.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
oh,
I appreciate the frustration Mayor Pro Tem has, but I also worry, that I do believe management needs some level of flexibility in between our council meetings to execute the day-to-day operations. And I just worry that we could be handcuffing staff and management specifically. If they have to wait 2, 3, in some months, 4 weeks for a meeting to make just kind of relatively small decisions. I just worry that we're going to be handcuffing management unless a lot of the things that we're complaining about not getting done will make it even worse. So that's my only concern, with the item.
Right, and you do have a point, and we have to look at the situation from both sides, because we do want the city manager to have some degree of flexibility to do his management, but we don't want directors to be doing policy. I guess that's a main concern. So that goes through Mr. Nevin. He's the one that would control the situation.
I
Yes,
think
go
Ms.
ahead.
Cigarra is trying to speak.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Rangel. I perhaps the example of the tiny homes project isn't the best for my understanding, because I did think that followed the procedures that we have, the policy that we have. That might have been the vision, but because that vision could not come to fruition, the director came to council and got permission to change the scope of that project as we expected her to do, and council approved it. So perhaps there's a better example out there. I guess my confusion is that I do believe that council sets the policy and the vision, and I do see that happening, and I will just align myself with Dr. King if there are small decisions that need to be made in the interim, because there are some times where our meetings do delay by up to 4 weeks, that we can't put a straitjacket on decisions that need to be occurring for the daily operations of the city. Other than that, I guess I don't see where the problems are, because I do believe that this council has been setting policy. And, we knew when we came in that there were, or when I should say the city manager came in, there were certain departments without standard operating procedures, and we've seen the development of those within our vision and within our policies that we have set. It's something that needed to occur. So, and I think it has made our city government manage more efficiently. So unless there are better examples, and maybe they'll come out during the workshop, I just don't see where the contention is. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Mayor, if I can make,
Yes, go ahead.
you know, having these conversations on the workshop, I think will expand our you know, our broader, to bring more understanding into our conversation, what we're trying to explain. But going back, you know, Councilman King, I understand you said right now that we have giving city management a little room or flexibility. Well, there's three city managers, assistant city managers, and one city manager. You know, everybody has a divided to each other, and we address to them our concerns or our needs of what the community wants and are asking from us. I think it's just having that conversation and not finding the way. Yes, let's find a way to get to what we want to do, but not forgetting that at the end of the day, we got to go back to our community and say why we didn't do it, why we went the other way, why we went the other route. So I understand, but maybe there's a loophole, or maybe there was something that they found and we didn't, because of course they're professionals at what they're doing. They know the charter, they know the books, they see it every day. That's their job. But at the same time, you got to understand that we're representatives of our community, and they want answers, and we're just trying to give them the answers they need. So there's three of them. I don't think we're not holding them hostage or holding them in a straitjacket, like you say, but we are trying to tell them, hey, have that conversation. This is a teamwork effort. We're the city together when we come together, right? So that's just my point of view.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So the idea is not to confuse the roles. The idea is to clarify the roles. You know, we set the what, and management sets the how. They manage the day-to-day, they deal with personnel, they deal with staff, hire and fire, but they don't set vision, they don't set the policy, and if there's any question on what the vision of the council or what the directive of the council was, then they need to come and communicate that with us and not take it upon themselves to say, well, let's do this because I think it's a good idea that we X or Y or Z. And we can go into examples, but we probably have to do it in executive session because it requires personnel. However, it's not really important as much as the bigger picture that's going on, and for everybody to understand that the lines are getting blurred. You know, we're not allowed to direct staff. We're not allowed to tell staff what to do. We can basically help with certain things. We're supposed to communicate with the city manager. We've got some structure that we've worked out to try to, serve the community as best as we can. But if there is a policy question, or if there's something that's happening in the city that needs council approval, we're not giving the authority to the city manager or to staff to go ahead and make decisions on our behalf, because then we're not doing our job. We're not able to provide oversight. For example, if a contract expires and somebody says, you know what, I'd like this contract to align more with the fiscal year, so I'm going to go ahead and extend the contract. I mean, that needs to come back to council. Those kinds of things need to come back to council. Council's the one that approves contracts. Then we find out that so-and-so, is not under a contract or is under a contract. It's hard to track some of these things down, and it's not working. So there needs to be clarity, and by no means am I saying that council management needs to come and get our approval for every little thing. What I'm saying is that just don't confuse the roles. execute the vision and the will of the council. We are up here to set policy. That's the structure our government is. That's the way our charter's written. It's a council management form of government. We're just executing the will of the people, and we're trying to get a good structure going to make sure that the citizens are getting the kind of government that they're asking for, and I don't think they're getting that right now. And there's little loopholes and little things that need to get tied up. And I think one of them is just to reaffirm and clarify the two distinct roles to make sure that we're able to do our job, you're able to do your job, and then together we're able to provide the citizens with good government.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
since this is a two-way street, council manager, system of government, just, would love to hear our city manager's opinion on this item.
Mayor, City Council, council member, thank you. The city of Laredo has operated on from its hip quite a bit over the years and everything. And what we have found is that there are perceived policies that are not in place. There's no written document to show that there is a policy that does this or this in a lot of the cases. I appreciate what Mayor Pro Tem is putting out there, because I think that structure needs to be better defined within there. There's no disagreement from that side. I think that at the end of the day, when you don't see the full story, then we're closing those gaps within that structure is what's been happening, and keeping that separation within there. I know I had a conversation with at least a couple of you, at least at some point in time, that I don't believe there's been a policy ever broken within our structure within this stuff. There is policy and there's administrative procedures that go with it, and exactly what Mayor Pro Tem has said as well too. The council sets the policy. City management enacts that policy through its structure, the how, the why, and the how. And I think that that's where anything that we can do definitively better is going to help with that structure. And we did, I think, 7 resolutions this summer on policies that did not exist, how we handled our finances, but it was a perceived understanding of how we operate our policies. All we did is we implemented stuff that you were already doing, but we specified it, because the challenge we had was the public didn't understand that that's how we did that. And so the nature of that. So I don't have any struggle with exactly what Mayor Pro Tem is asking for, because I believe that I've been striving for that for the last 2.5 years of trying to get that a little bit better. I don't know if the current motion on the table gets you completely there. I think that we do want to watch very carefully about how the charter has its defined responsibilities within that. I would love to have this maybe hold on the idea of that motion. And let's have a further conversation at the workshop a little bit more, so that we can go a little bit better in detail with this. Part of that is what I have been preparing for my portion of Wednesday as well too, within that conversation. But I want to make sure that you make the right decision going forward with that. I'll be able to match up with anything that you need to set out there. That's not a problem with that. Every one of our staff members can do their jobs better and more defined within that structure. But I think that's where my position is at. Council sets the policy. City management implements that policy. I think the challenge that we have is that we've had, and I've seen it throughout the years, where decisions get made that gray out that area. And that's what I think we're trying to correct with that. So I'm comfortable with the conversation, just so you know.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm not entirely comfortable with moving forward with the motion, only because it sounds like this item is stemming from a conversation that I don't understand the history or the background from, and if it has to do with personnel issues, I mean, I think they also have a right to speak, or decide whether if it's in executive session or in public to really debate an item, and I think that, yes, is room for a reminder of, but across both ways of the roles of everybody and where council, the roles of council in terms of like lies and governance and and accountability and holding management to accountable to results. And there's also the administrative level when it comes to day-to-day, obviously management of operations. And from the conversation at the moment, I feel like it's a fine line of interfering with what the charter states. So I just am not comfortable not understanding the history here and where this is coming from.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Regardless, I mean, everything that we do stems from an example or a situation that we've come across that we see that needs to be fixed or addressed. So it's not like the examples really are related exactly to the idea. Again, I'm gonna end up honoring Mr. Neb's suggestion, but just to clarify the motion, my motion was for us to operate in line with the city charter. So first off, I started off by saying we're going to work in line with the city charter to create a policy that when there's an absence of a policy or a gray area or something that needs to be changed when it comes to policy, specifically to direct the city manager to bring it to us for direction and for discussion. That was the motion, and that is exactly what our policy, that is exactly what our role is. So if you're hesitant and you're wondering, like, where is this coming from? I'm basically just saying what the charter allows us to do. But what I'm saying is like what Mr. Neb said, is that if there isn't a policy already that addresses how to deal with that, for them not to make the policy, for them to bring it to us and say, hey, we need a policy to address this situation. How do you all want us to proceed? Not, go and make policy. That's where it gets blurry. I'm not talking about day-to-day execution. I'm not talking about, can I order this, or can we buy these pencils, or can we take care of this, or we need to mow the lawn, or whatever. I'm talking about policy. So, I mean, I'm happy to withdraw my motion so we can talk about it at the workshop. But, I mean, I don't understand why people are scared to honor the charter. Like, that's what we're talking about. So, I'll withdraw my motion.
May I say one thing?
Sure.
Just real briefly. I think there's a little bit of confusion, is that we keep using, we all are using the term policy, but it's different things. You all are the legislature. Mr. Neb is the executive, but then even management, like the directors, we have management policies and dealing with our employees and such, and then he deals with the directors and such. And I think it goes along with what Dr. King was saying about there's a time lag. So I believe, it sounds like the concern is that where the friction is, that sometimes is the city manager touching on legislative policies, but maybe it's because of the time constraint, and he's going to bring it back through a ratification, but maybe that's the discussion, like what are permissible ratifications, how long, and what can be done. But I don't think, pursuant to the charter, I don't think anyone's stepping over each other's toes. It's just we maybe need just a little training on what the charter allows.
And to your point, maybe it's defining what where each fall under and why that is. So it's a definition issue.
Mayor, I had a similar point. McWinsey, we could maybe differentiate what a policy is versus an administrative. You use the word what? Administrative procedure, like using real world examples to define the two, to differentiate them.
All right. Okay. All right. Next item, 76.
That's it, Mayor.
Oh, you already did.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Meeting adjourned.
Woo, you woke me up there. Thank you.